that was held at Toronto, wasn't it? This one in from Vancouver. Bigfoot. Nailed it. Beautiful. Seasoned pilot there. Hey folks, how you doing? Are you well? I hope you are. Here I am, once again, at what some people are saying their favourite location now. Qatar, from Doha. Yeah, AN124 being released to, yes, it has been there since the pandemic. It was actually bringing PPE into Toronto when it was seized by the Canadian authorities from Russia because it's Volga Dnieper. Apparently, they're gifting it to the Koreans, to the touchdown shot would be a good one for today, mate. San Francisco. As an example. 9 hours and 59 minutes. This is going to be bang on 10 hours, isn't it, this flight? 500. Ground speed 128 knots. I think airspeed is going to be slightly more, isn't it? It's a bit low for 131 now. So as it gets closer to the ground, obviously it's the barometric pressure is going to get closer towards the what's the QNH setting that they've already made, isn't it? This is our system here is not set to the QNH, as far as I'm aware, on Flight Radar 24. Nice sound, mate. Yeah, sort of nailed it. I mean, it's a little bit of it's just kind of what we had yesterday with the crosswind element. Yesterday? Sunday, I mean. Saturday. How's everybody doing? Are you well? Let's just do a little PTC and a very warm welcome to everybody. Can I just say, hello, Nick. Spoke to you on the blower about 20 minutes ago. Thanks, mate. Thanks to all our friends around Heathrow, and there are a lot of them, folks. Far too many to mention. Today, your technical director is Gillian Prestwood. She's looking after everything right there with her finger on the pulse and all the screens around her and all that kind of groovy stuff. With cats meowing everywhere, you know, let me pour that. But yes, we are at the Thistle Hotel, folks. Already had quite a lot of people inquiring about the place because of the fact that they've got such a big deck down there. And it's always lovely to see people down there buying food and drinks, etc., etc., whilst they are using the facility to take pictures of planes. Always a wonderful thing to do as a gesture of goodwill, is it not, to just buy something behind the jump, because obviously it's more respectful, if you see what I mean, rather than just turning up, coming up here, use the facilities and then sod off home, you know. But anyway, hope you're well. That's right. So might see a tiny bit of ballooning. Got a message back from Captain Chris Pole, who we filmed right towards the end of the stream on Sunday, just about the ballooning that they experienced because of the atmospheric conditions. And you've got a bit of thermal stuff there as well, because it's, even though there's a cold wind a blowing up here on the top of the roof of the old Thistle Hotel. It still creates, there's still the track. Oh, easy. Went a bit nose up there, didn't he? I call it the track temperature. The runway temperature is obviously very hot, and so the warm air is as the day progresses, just gets hotter and hotter, and that warm air rises from the runway, causes a bit of ballooning. Wow, nail it, man, nail it. Yeah, Wheelie King. To San Francisco. .205 BST, and it's a face-off. After you, no, after you. I need to. Why is that tipping like that? A330. This is one of Delta's 339s, isn't it? Rolls-Royce Trent engines, all of Airbus's wide-bodied jets powered by the Rolls-Royce power plant. Up come the boards. Departures here as well, folks. We've got kind of the best of both worlds, and also bear in mind that when 27 right operations are on us, I think we're gonna do that one as well. We're gonna do it from here, because I tell you, as they come hammering towards us and rotate around about this point, they're probably going to be at that height. We're going to get some great gear up examples and beautiful bank shots. Where I was yesterday, around about 10 miles out from here, where they turn onto the ILS, at different points depending on what vector they're given by air traffic control. They might cut out one of their transfer points if the traffic allows it. happened? We've got cruisers as well, folks. Got very high cirrus above me. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, really? Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, that is brilliant, man. Wow, straight out the gate. Look at that, Dean Thompson. Dean, thank you so much, gifting 5 channel memberships. If you've been gifted a channel membership, either by Dean, if you're one of those 5, or you've got anybody else that's gifting memberships in advance, a big thank you. But if you have been gifted, then please do the righteous and honourable thing and say thank you to your giftor, because that's a big thing for somebody to do. It might just be, you know, as some people describe it, the price of a cup of coffee, you know, just $4.99 a month for full-blooded membership, first-class membership, coming to Taipei with us, obviously, in a couple of weeks' time. But as well as that, obviously, there are other benefits to being a member on Big Jet TV. And just a big thank you to, it's a very honourable and nice thing to do, isn't it? It's charitable almost to that degree, you would say, you know, because there are, you know, some people who cannot afford $4.99 a month. I know it sounds crazy, but it is true. There are a lot of people out there on tight budgets, not for whatever reason there might be. They just might be on that tight budget, and so it's a wonderful thing that somebody says. Brought myself Pinky Magnet Pinky shirt, an Anchorage shirt today, Paul Skilling. I need to get myself, I keep telling Jenny, for God's sake, I've got to order a load of gear, haven't I? Because I need to wear it on the show so you guys can see what it's like. And I also want to do my own little sort of test, because, yes, destruction, test and destruction department. You know, how versatile is it to cat hair, for example? Or fur balls. Or if you leave it on your bed and the dog decides to sleep on it. Johan Heino, good day to you. Glenn's Aviation, Marianne, Daniel Pearson, Paul Skilling, that's very good, thank you. Rab H. Schmidi 87. Your queen is mine. There we go, saying thank you to Dean. So these guys, basically, when they're, there we go, look at that, right, oh, bit of ballooning there, look, wow, no, it's going to go around. There we go. Is he having another go? No, he's not, surely. You see, that was a perfect example of ballooning. You got VAR on that, GP? That's pilot induced. That wasn't like wind shear or anything like that. That was, it was, wow, he's gone up quick as well, hasn't he? He's like, right, no, we're not having any of that. Now, that would have been reported back to the tower, the result of which will be then fed back to these guys. Right, we're going to stand by for a VAR after this one, GP. That's why it's always good to watch every aircraft, regardless of its size. Hayabusa now. RDUK. Jill Baxter. Gillian Sankey. The Chip Man. Sue, is ballooning the same as floating? Kind of, yeah. I think so, Sue. Captain Bob. I think there's a lot of us pensioners just love watching Big Jet TV. Thank you. There's a lot of us pensioners just love watching Big Jet TV. Captain Bob, thank you very much indeed. And yes, there are many in the should we say, the elderly populace who love what I get. Lots of people in their I don't want to say 60s, 70s, because that puts me in that bracket. I'm not elderly, not yet, please. No, I've got another 9 years left before I'm classified as elderly. Is elderly? Who's that? Early birdie pilot will have to really on visual and instruments and maybe hand flying. The pilot will have to really on visual. Okay, well, everything is, you know, in terms of these. At this point, maybe a little bit later, autopilot will be disengaged. Obviously, you get a different for Boeing and Airbus, but generally there is an alert sound, like with the Airbus, it bloop, 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 bloop. So you know that the autopilot is off. There's also a visual where the light is off, if you know what I mean, which is crazy, and it's just that. Also, there's something on the screen as well that you will see, AP Ulft. Now he or she is flying it manually, getting a feedback from the ATC about, you know, potential thermals, a little bit of crosswind, clear land, 09 left. Winds are 13, gusting 20, maybe something like that. I don't know. Thai. Yeah. Like a good block of cheese I am. Or an old bottle of wine maybe. All right. Which is classic. See dropping. I think, you know, I'd imagine that it is all relevant, isn't it, as to the size of the aircraft, whether you're more likely to get ballooning on a smaller, lighter aeroplane than you are on a big aeroplane like that. But then again, you're sort of like bigger wing, even more uplift, if you see what I mean, or potential ballooning happening. I guess it's all really, a lot of it is down to the actual moment, the final point before they touch down, whether the aircraft is behaving properly with the winds, because now the wind's really picked up. Linda caught up with the Sims show last night, and you did a brilliant job on the A400, but the take was funny as exactly that. Yeah, well, the sensitivity of that A400 was something I was not expecting. I guess that's why they can throw those bleeding things around the sky, can't they? Do it online, haven't you? You've got to put the code in online when you book it. Frenchy TJ asking, not Frank Hitty, asking about the discount for the Thistle. I think you do it when you book online, folks. Genshin Blue is a brand new member. Welcome, Genshin Blue. I hope I pronounced your name right. But also, I wonder if Genshin Blue is like Ceanothus blue, which is a flower, isn't it? Yeah, a very warm welcome to you, Genshin. Hope you're well. And also, if you want to sort of like tell us where you're from, where your nearest airfield is, where you live nearby, any aviation related stuff that you want to talk about, any questions that you've got, please don't hesitate. You see, there's a lot of people chatting commenting on the chat. But don't feel that you'd be busting in on any of that chat, because I want you guys to do that. I want sort of like random things thrown at me which we can talk about, discuss, and just one little question could potentially end up being an hour-long discussion, if you know me. Craig Russell, British Airways 777-200ER. Arriving. Thank you, Craig. So, he kind of heard me. Or is it just at the point when he put it up that he did it again? Yeah, if you're looking for a way out, if you're looking to book here at the Thistle, and I've got to be honest with you, it's just sitting out on that terrace is a fantastic experience. See how wide the terrace is, folks, because literally from that corner up to that point there is the width of the terrace. Raymond Pilot has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Raymond. That's very kind of you. Yes, thank you so much. Joe Hemmings, will you be giving any fighter jets a go on the flights in maybe the Mac Loop? Joe, fantastic idea. Yes, I will at some point. I need a centre stick though, don't I? I want to fly it like a fighter jet, and that's a whole new experience, isn't it? Because you're throwing that thing around the sky, man. But maybe I can use my control stick for the Airbus and just put it between my legs. Oh, misses. 380 inbound from Los Angeles, Daniel Pearson. Thank you, Daniel. Brian Henry. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, well, after this, I completely forgot about that. After this one, we'll just show you a little example of ballooning, folks, with a replay from the go-around, the Eurowings go-around, about half an hour ago. They're down nicely. Okay, go with VAR, please, GP. So close, wasn't he? And then yeah, that was a great example, man. Virgin 350 from LAX on finals, Craig Russell. Chrissy, there's my girl Bluebird, went over me multiple times yesterday. Yeah, Andreas tuning in from Perth, Western Australia. G'day, Andreas. Is that you, Dave? Early, made sure of that one. Look, that's the touchdown aiming point. He's way within the touchdown zone. There's the marker before the aiming point. That's the first marker there. I'm not sure the distance between there and the actually, yeah, that's interesting, because I have to see that, because that is the aiming point, isn't it? The big bold white markers. There is the keys, and this is kind of the threshold that we're talking about. In fact, the threshold is just to the point of the ILS, where these guys are over the threshold around about now. And then the call outs on the Airbus. Nice slow descent. 40, 30, 20, 10, retard. Nice. Retard meaning retardation of the throttles. So you pull the throttles right back into the far back detent, which is for the reversers, unlike the Boeing, which has its own set of reverser levers, which they pull up and forward, which is pretty cool, man, on 777, 747. Jan Clark. My brother and I had a flight change from 777 to 350. He was made up, I was gutted. I've got to be honest with you. See, there's that blustery wind again. I wouldn't mind either, Jan, to be honest with you. Victor Charlie 10, just see Chow 43 A350-1000 from Tokyo flying over Ben Nevis. Be with you in an hour. How about that? Thank you, Victor Charlie 10. Okay, Linda G, the Eurowings go-around is after this one. May have been a Sprog pilot, may have been a fully qualified, and, well, obviously fully qualified, but well-established pilot that had that go-around on the Eurowings. You never know, and you probably will never know unless they contacted us. The wing dip. Look at that, man. Wow. For all of those 10 hours, that's another one from LAX, 10 hours and 1 minute. Literally, it departed Los Angeles. It is amazing, like literally, the moment these things rotate and the wing flexes up, and you see that wingtip for the entirety of your flight. You might see it flexing about a little bit during flight, depending on whether you've got any turbulence and whether you've got the window blind open, to be a matter of fact. But then that will stay in your vision until the moment of touchdown, when that wing will just dip below the wing, if you know what I mean, where the tip of the wing dips below the eye line of the midsection of the wing. All that weight just collapses, and that's actually, interestingly enough, the point at which the aircraft is at its unhappiest. And that sounds crazy, but it is, because obviously right now she's built for flight, this aircraft, not built for being on the ground and taxiing, that kind of thing. Her efficiency, especially with the stresses on the wing, that stress there, the upward stress, is something that the wing is predominantly designed for, not being on the ground. Whereas you can see there, that wing is below that centre line. Absolutely crazy. Me and Jilly still need to do have a sit down, but and finalise the shop. But feel free to go and have a little browse around the shop, folks, if you fancy. Got some pretty cool stuff in there, and thank you to Shopify, who are doing a great job in looking after us and our customers as well, which is really important. Oh, look, it's another high one. Oh, okay, go on, son. There we go. Keep your eye down the runway. Keep your eye on the end of the runway. There we go. Nailed that one. Yeah, yes, okay. Brilliant. The Railway Plane Enthusiast is a brand new member. Well, a very warm welcome to you, Railway Plane Enthusiast. I don't sort of like follow them or anything like that, but if I see any TV show or anything like that about big old trains, steam trains, that kind of stuff, you know, like the Flying Scotsman type train, which is just incredible. I'm into that. And a very warm welcome to you. He likes his planes as well. If you're anything like me, I'm into all aviation, all aspects of aviation, folks. Historics, military, and of course these big ginormous things that me dad flew. Wayno. G'day. Sounds like an Aussie name, that does. Yeah, go on, son. Looking forward to a wet day up here, folks. Because that's going to get a bit messy up there, innit? With all that water being kicked up on the runway. Ellis Chernoff, talk about pre-flight. Takes hours to go from cold to ready to roll for a steam locomotive. Oh, I bet it does. I bet it does, mate. What about a steam, not steam, but, you know, something like a, from cold to dark, from cold and dark, sorry, with something like a 707 in terms of, I mean, I've kind of, obviously I'm still miles off, folks, but I've now dialed it in. Start up. I think that's that American triple. I kind of dialed it in now, getting the aircraft set up and ready from cold and dark to engines running, pushback and taxiing. And that includes setting up the MCDU and preparing the flight with the flight plans, etc., etc. Fuel numbers and all that kind of thing. And, you know, that's getting all the passengers on, getting all the fuel in, does it immediately. But anyway, the Jew, good day to you, the Jew, Wayno. Always pretty far from Australia. West Midlands! Brilliant. Well, welcome, Wayno. Good to see you. Wow, 3,200 people watching already. Blimey, only been live for flipping however long. Yeah, half an hour. Flipping heck. It's bleeding nuts, that is. Daryl, quite a few planes head down on the turn to finals. I would say that's early, especially with all the drag. What would they do? But yeah, no, I'll be honest with you, no, there's no question of improving the weight of the aircraft once you're on. That's all preset into the flight management computer in terms of the FMGC, I think it is, Flight Management Guidance Computer or something like that. We've got two different ones on the MCDU, but no, not burning any fuel. And also the turning is, I guess, determined by ATC, isn't it? Because at the moment, I think most of these aircraft, go on, son, get it down. Yeah, you see, I think that Eurowings, the wind, yeah, as you can see, is going from left to right, and you can see there the sock clearly showing that. I'm still getting to grips with it. There it is. New position, folks. The sock is clearly showing that at the moment, nothing at all. But it can suddenly gust up to, you know, 20, 30 mile an hour, as you can see there. And of course, conditions different down here than they are on the airfield. It's a flat airfield at this point. Maybe a little bit of mechanical turbulence coming across the runway. But that's why it's kind of catching them out, because the standard procedure normally is to dip the wing that's facing the wind into the wind, not literally like drop it in, but we've seen it quite a few times where they will just to eliminate the chance of being flipped, if you know what I mean. And I think that's what happened to that Eurowings, not flipped, but you know. Russell Qatar triple from Doha arriving, and off there in the distance, just about to lower its gear. If I can find the bleeding thing. There she is. Is it? There she is. Sorry, folks. A Lancaster bomber. No, I'm only joking. God, blimey, easy, son. That was a bit late, wasn't it? Wow. Pilot would likely have seen that, you know. Traffic crossing. Yeah, wow. just in my eyes. I mean, in terms of how strict they are in terms of the. Oh, that's a Rogue on 9 right, yeah, Julie. Yeah, Rogue on 9 right. Oh, that's a balloon. That's a balloon. Nailed it though, man. Chris is so digging the Thistle. Andy, too, fuel consumption is variable, but it's about 5.4 to 6.2 tonnes, depending on which site. From where to where? What, that fuel burn? Where are we talking about here? What's that conversation, Andy, too? I think it's maybe related to the question asked about fuel, if there's any fuel burn from that far out. Or did I sort of like not get it properly? Mank Red Hayabusa Nutter. No, we're not going to do the Discord page Hayabusa Nutter because no, we don't want a Discord page, mate. Thank you for I don't know, thinking about us, but to be honest with you, mate, it's something that we just are not interested in doing because something like that needs policing. Sounds crazy, but trust me, before you know it, you can get into a right old mess with something like that. Yeah. And we don't want to do it because there's some nasty people out there who just could easily infiltrate, you know, people's personal information and all that with something like that. So rather you shut it down, mate, but we can't control that. But you're just not going to have any joy really with it, I wouldn't have thought, apart from idiots joining it. Forgive me for saying that, but you know, obviously there will be people who will join it, and who are righteous members, but you know, it can turn into a that's why we gave up Facebook. It's as simple as that. We gave up Facebook because of literally that. We couldn't guarantee our members on there and our followers a clean ride. Unlike what we do on with YouTube, it's clean, it's nice, it's, you know, it's a great atmosphere for people to get involved with, and a family sort of like experience. But when you start doing things like Discord, it's a whole. You could actually you could break open a can of worms or a wasp's nest. Wow, look at the rudder action on this 380. All done not by the PI, not pilot in charge, the FP, the flying pilot. That's all done by the I think you don't really see it on other aircraft. It's just the lower segment of the rudder, I think. Yeah, go on, son. Aidan Campbell, you're absolutely right. I think to be honest with you, too much of a good thing, not a good thing, but too much of doing the same thing every day is, you know, I think it's nice that we meet up 2, maybe 3 times a week, because obviously we've got the sim show as well on Friday nights, you know, twice a week, Wednesdays. and Sundays, along with any other sort of like, outside of normality stuff that we're going to be doing. Museum visits, and want to do a couple of those. But I think it's just, rather than, constantly having someone, you don't feel that group feeling that you feel when you come on twice a week. If you were on it every day, it can become a little bit too much, and like I say, it just opens up the possibilities of people being scammed and all that. You never know, man. You get someone on there who pretends they're a member, using someone else's name as well. We had all of that on Facebook, didn't we? Like, we ended up not knowing who anyone was really. Just, we've been there, seen it, done it, worn a t-shirt and kick people down the road with it, because it can. Anyway, whatever, back to the planes. 787. Looking very tired, that Saudia livery now, isn't it? Compared to the old new livery. It's also something I saw old Shay Oakley put a great image up of a KLM DC-8 earlier today on his regular as clockwork he is. With putting up classic old school stuff. Well, and the other thing is, what is quite important, interesting, is that since that photograph was taken, and since those early days of KLM's sort of like jet age livery, it hasn't really changed, has it? Other than I'd need to look, but they used to have a pinstripe almost, didn't they? Like a dark blue pinstripe over the light blue pinstripe, but the white tail with the KLM lettering on it has literally stayed like that since a long time ago. Phil Robson, the inboard engines on the A380 have throttle. Why not the outboard engines? Are they different engines? Phil Robson, great question, and to be honest with you, something that is discussed quite regularly, especially with people who are not familiar with how the system works on the A380. It's quite a long story. I'll try and compress it as much as I can, but it does have quite an interesting story behind it. And that story is quite simply that the designers, Airbus, when they designed the A380, because she has got so many brakes, there's, I think it's 18 wheels, you've got 4, 8, 12, 16, no, 20 wheels on the main deck gear that you're seeing there. 20 wheels. Obviously the 2 up front do not brake, but 18 of those wheels are capable of braking. So they have a brake on each of the 18 wheels, but they don't just have one brake. This is where it gets quite interesting, especially for people who understand engineering and technology and how the brake system works. But if you look at a standard car braking system, all of cars, even Formula One cars, literally have a single disc and a set of calipers. In simple terms, that's what it is. Some high sports cars or performance cars will have what's known as a 4-pot system, or even dual calipers for their braking systems, but never more than sort of like 4 pistons. 1, 2, 3, 4 on a 4-pot, 8 for 2 systems, blah blah blah, but no more than 1 disc on each corner of the car. So these aircraft, even the small single-aisle jets, their brakes are very highly efficient, and each wheel has around about between 4 and up to 6 discs. So the braking power from one wheel alone, I told you it was a long story. You did ask. Probably fallen asleep. But basically the braking power from one wheel is probably, let's just say 4 times, 5 times the power of a Formula One car, as an example, with their carbon brakes. These things have very advanced braking systems on them. Carbon brakes. It's just very, very powerful. So the braking power of the A380, when they designed it, they realised, wow, even a big aeroplane like that, we do not need engine reversers. How much money would that save the companies buying the aircraft or leasing the aircraft? Because obviously that cost, a lot of it, a big portion of it, is the engines, the cost of the engines. And if you can produce an engine without reversers on it, it prolongs the life of the engines, therefore reducing the maintenance costs to the company. And that's what they wanted to offer to the operators like British Airways, Singapore Airlines, etc., etc. But they wouldn't have it. The airlines were like, no. We need reversers. And Airbus basically came back and compromised and said, okay, well, I tell you what about if we do it on the inboard reversers? And I'd imagine that it was then down to how they would have got that through certification with with no reversers. I don't know. Maybe actually CAA turned around and the FAA turned around and said, no, mate, we're not doing that. You've got to have reversers on it. I mean, I know that the airlines, the operators were very cynical about it. Is that right? Is that the right word? Cynical, or questionable, or questioned it. But never know that I guess that they probably, when they originally conceived the aircraft and realised the stopping power of it, did they go to the CAA and the FAA and say, do we need to? Is it you know, in the rules of designing an aircraft, does it have to have reversers? And it's interesting, isn't it? Because with the so that's basically the story behind Airbus. They compromised by offering inboard reversers, which adds even more stopping power. And that's why it's always great when you see the Emirates or the Asian 380s stopping, because they make a hell of a lot of noise. You've got to go somewhere like New York and see one of these landing and listening to it, because the British Airways pilots don't have to give it a load when they're overseas, but just not here, which is quite interesting, isn't it? Is this Air Canada? Is it? No. This is wow. Oh, LATAM. Kevin Connolly. Blimey, Kevin, straight into super class. Thank you, Kevin. Christian Gardner. They don't use the outboard engines, they would rip the side of it. Yeah, that's an old wives' tale, Christian. That's not the reason why they didn't put reversers on the outboard engines. That's in fact something that I used to say in the early days of Big Jet TV, because that's how I led to believe it. I kind of maybe put that rumor out there, I don't know, but it isn't the case that they would tear up the side of the runways. It's actually because they didn't need them. They don't need them because of the unbelievable stopping power of the aircraft. A lot of airports have had to widen and lengthen their runways in order to accommodate the 380, but more on length than anything else. Loco, FAA also stated that the A380 would not be allowed to operate into the States if it had no reverse thrust. There we go. So Airbus added it, and due to airlines' request, there we go. Loco. Thank you for confirming that. That's quite interesting. Bikapan, Marianne. Afro Arrow. Fredio. Yes. Oh, mate. Fantastic. Well, there's a good story, isn't it? Avro Arrow, one of our members, folks. Now, where else would that happen, man? And how quickly has that been dealt with? Avro Arrow sent us a picture of his mug in the box, and it was cracked, smashed. The handle was cracked off, and you could quite clearly see it from the picture that he sent us. There was no packing inside it. There was no sort of like protective packaging or anything like that. So I said to Jilly, right, immediately, and she jumped straight on it with Shopify or whoever it was, raised the issue, and we also told them, please resend, but package it with appropriate, packaging for something like this. And we've just, and that was only about a week ago, wasn't it, Jilly? Something like that, or just after Anchorage or something. But anyway, long and short of it, Avro sent us a picture that they sent it. They have sent him a new one, and it's got a big sticker on it, fragile. And so, Avro, that is great news. So even better to know that our shopkeepers are looking after us. Craig Russell, British Airways, One World. No, it wasn't. Yes. Yeah, Jilly, basically, I said to Jilly, send them a note back. Oh, bit of ballooning going on there. Send them a note back with all the details and just say, make sure you package it adequately. And she did that, and they have done exactly what we asked them to do. And we'll probably make a point of that to the packaging company or the supplier, which they've obviously done. Hayabusa Nutter, if a pilot doesn't go about aborted landing, go around, does it get reported, or does he then have to explain himself to the powers of it gets noted, Hayabusa Nutter, but it doesn't go to the yeah, it depends on the company. I have heard that apparently Emirates are very, very strict. If a go around is performed then or executed, then they will have to feed back the reason why, and that'll all be on the log, See, there's a balloon. You see, it's interesting. Go for the ground point, the aiming point, but it just seems that literally very quickly they hit that thermal. So yeah, it will be noted and not so much reported, because Emirates are their pilots and aircraft are obviously monitored literally on an hourly basis. So if they, it has been known that Emirates pilots who extend the gear too quickly or retract the gear too quickly, or flaps 3 is too early, thus burning fuel, extra fuel, or creating more drag and burning more fuel, etc., etc. Those, even if it's like 60 seconds too quick, or even 20 seconds, I'd imagine, or even less than that, there are predetermined points, certainly with Emirates, where they monitor it, and if they extend too quick or too late, then they will receive an email. Dear John, dear Captain John, and then they'll just, even with other operators as well, like British Airways, if you find someone who's particularly unsure about, is not happy with landing in crosswind conditions, they may throw that pilot back in the sim, just give them, pilots go through sim training all, literally, at least, I guess there is, I don't know how many there are a year, but I've certainly spoken to a number of pilots who are, happen to be somewhere whilst they're on the sim. They might spend a week on the sim or something like that. Depends on what stage of their piloting career they're in, but I think even on a standard procedures are at least once a year, every 6 months, maybe twice a year, they have to go through simulator checks, And they will have check rides as well. Yeah, there we go. Ellis Chernoff, generally pilot's discretion is respected, or decision. Judgment, yeah. I mean, there is a system on the Airbus A320. I remember up at Luton, we went to land the 320 at London City in the sim, and as we were approaching, literally over the threshold, the automated system came over, and it was literally an announcement. It was like, runway too short, like that, and it kept saying, it's like, don't sink, you know, all that kind of crazy stuff going on. It verbally warns you. Richard the Roadie, good afternoon. Sue Wise, railway and plane enthusiast. Melody, Christian Gardner. Steve Stibbons, Dave Rutherford. Reference the 380 at Dallas Fort Worth. They widened the asphalt along the side of the runways to make them stage 6 aircraft compliant. Thank you, David. Great mention there. That's very kind of you. Aidan Campbell, very true. If you are an Av geek and you go to Berlin, you must visit Tempelhof. You must. Mark Mailer sent 10 Big Jet TV memberships. Mark, thank you so much. If you've been gifted a channel membership, folks, please come in and say thank you to whomever gifted those memberships, because it's a lovely thing to do and to be able to do. And we're very fortunate that we've got so many lovely people who are able to do that. For people who are perhaps not able to do it. Berlin, Jez White, is Tempelhof. It's a lovely airport with a big sort of like horseshoe old school terminal. Look at the size of that thing. I mean, literally, that 380 is, well, there's a small grass strip, and then there's another taxiway. There's 2 taxiways adjacent to each other there, and look at that. That just gives you a good idea of size, doesn't it? Rohit Parkal, man, that Saudi is still taxiing to the gate. Must have been 15 minutes. Is he really? Wow. What, over to T4 is it, perhaps? Yeah, Ellis, 747 auto brakes, 3 levels, minimum, medium, and maximum. Yeah, I've already learnt that on even on the A320, you only use low setting for the auto brakes, because medium is like it shortens the runway quite considerably. Emma Harness flying out of Birmingham Airport 16th of May, going to Dominican Republic. First time I've been on a plane since I was 18. Wow, how cool is that, Emma? Enjoy it. Robert Lehman, afternoon, new to the chat. My first flight on a plane was a 12-year-old unaccompanied, as a 12-year-old unaccompanied in 1974 on a BOAC 707 to Tokyo via Anchorage. Robert Lehman, welcome to Big Jet TV, and that is a great intro, isn't it? First flight as a 12-year-old unaccompanied 707 Tokyo to Anchorage. Wow, must have gone on from there though, surely. Obviously, I'd imagine Tokyo, Anchorage, and then, well, it wouldn't make Heathrow, would it? Wow. I'm trying to think how that works. Mark Merrithew got my Big Jet TV phone case on Monday. Woohoo, he's saying. Fantastic, man. Good quality, I'm guessing. You know, wouldn't want anything dodgy, no sort of like, you know, stuff that's going to last, you know, even if it's going to last like a month, it needs to last, be quite, you know, bomb-proof in some ways. Obviously not real, but, you know, it'll protect it. Are they rubber? Are they rubber? Are they rubber? Tony Dempsey, flights from Far East Asia are having to fly an alternative route to the west. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Aidan Campbell, Airbus determined that 2 reversers were enough after extensive simulations and testing. Aircraft are generally certified to stop without thrust reversers at all. Yeah. Oh, they are certified, yeah. But I'm wondering whether they have to have them. As a rule of thumb, if you know what I mean. Of course they can stop without reversers. An aircraft needs to be certified. And that's where they really nail the brakes, man. That's when the brakes literally will be toasted during testing to maximise the, you know, it has to pass a certain stopping distance and certified for all those different, like the heat, like when the tyres they don't blow up. They've got slow release valves on them, these tyres, because if they blew, they make a bleeding load of noise, and also a big explosion basically. So they have slow release systems on the tyres to allow the air to slowly release, even if it's quite fast, you know, depending on the situation. But when they test these things, those things will be hot as hell underneath the aircraft. Kevin Connolly saying thank you to everybody for welcoming him. I think is that super class member who came along, who's mentioned something, Jilly, that he's from Massachusetts. Did you say? Oh, a minute. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Just Donald Pungawi. Was it Kevin? There he is. Cambridge, Massachusetts. Thank you, mate. Great to see you, and thank you for your support, Kevin. And get involved. Please don't make it. I mean, don't have to. Lots of people, members, watch the show in the green room, I like to call it. Not so much the lurkers lounge. I don't really like the lurkers lounge. It's a little bit sort of like dodgy now. It's like people hiding behind bushes with binoculars, you know. Not that that's a bad thing. Yeah, I just like the green room because that's more of a sort of like nicer sort of like, ooh, funky shot. Well, that's you can do that. Type rating. Yeah. Well, no, not really. I mean, if you're no, well, no, because as a Sprog pilot, you've gone through all your training, you've got your CPL, you need a certain amount of hours before you're on type, etc., etc. But if you're coming in as a Sprog pilot on an A320, for example, you would go through a very strict sim training regime with every airline, and when you've completed that sim training, you can literally go and fly passengers the first time you actually fly the physical aircraft itself, because you know you're kind of, they don't do what they used to do, where they used to have training flights and all that, although Ryanair do it, don't they? But you know, I don't know if BA do it, but I mean, these simulators are so advanced that when you go from the simulator to the real aircraft, you won't really notice a lot of difference. The only thing you're going to notice, to be honest with you, is the physical feel of it, number one, but also the screen, the visuals. You're going to see real stuff and not a computer screen. Although it's just unbelievable anyway to watch it. You very quickly get into that feel of being on a real aeroplane when you're on one of these amazing simulators. There's KLM, have they got a dark blue stripe? Yeah, they kind of have, haven't they, still, look? Although it used to be a pinstripe all the way just below the window line, I think, on the old DC-8s. a bit of balloon in there, look. Get it down, there we are. Hyung Lee, also depth perception when you're going towards the ground at 150 knots in real life, it does hit you. Yes, I see what you're meaning there in terms of depth perception. And I think a lot of that is to do with the brain, the human being. You can be fooled to an extent, but there's nothing like the real thing in terms of, you know, your brain, like the pressure on your brain as you're descending is something that you won't get on a simulator. You can't simulate that. It's a lovely old 330 with Turkish, look. Nice. Oh yeah, it's going to be fun when that runway gets wet, I tell you. Those Trent 700s, man. Look at that wing. DAT 320 on approach from Finnair, Roger Norsworthy. DAT operating from hell. Wow. Thank you, Ed. See, I do kind of know what I'm talking about sometimes. Not due to rain today, Jay. I'm just saying that when we do have a wet day here, I'm going to be, even if it's on a non-show day, I'm going to come up here if all the stars are aligned. Look, she's got a full complement of engine cows, this one. Easy, girl, easy, easy, easy. There she goes. Whoa there, horsey. Nice. Do get a real perspective here of speed, don't you, when the aircraft touches down. Still going like 120 knots, 110 knots, 100 knots. Big stopping power, lots of reversers, heavy on the brakes. Get it down to 60 knots. She's still going heavy on the brakes. Now she's going to turn right. Here we go. Yeah, get it down to like 15 knots from like 120 knots in 2 miles. That's like with a big old thing like that. It's a bit like a big ship at sea. Some big ships take like 10 miles to stop. You know, something coming into the Suez Canal, for example, has to really plan its stopping route because of all that inertia moving forward. And when these things land, they're not a flying machine anymore. They're like a vehicle, really. Russell, American, in from DFW of all places. There we go. So big, I've heard a big, heard a big order with Air India for the 777. I'm guessing it's the 777-9. Is that right? With Air India, has boosted Boeing's share price, I hear. Kevin Parsons. Really happy days. Are you going to do it in Taiwan soon? doing... sorry, Captain, really happy days, are you? We are going to Taiwan, yes, yes, yes. Chris Gossman. Freddie O talking about the new livery on the 747 several times. I just saw it on the 777 last night. Yeah, it is missing the red Freddie O, but I think it's missing other stuff as well. Why they have not kept the traditional? It's like taking the Union flag, or Union Jack as I like to call it, off the BA jet, isn't it? Or making it like, you know, some other sort of like symbol or something. I'm sorry, I don't care what people think, whether it's if they like it, then good for them, you know. But I'm not a fan of it, I've got to be honest with you. Don't like to use silly words like hate or think, you know, disgust. But I just think they've done the wrong thing at Korean Airlines. I think whoever they paid to do the job, it's surely not everyone at Korean Airlines is happy with that livery, man. You know, it must be a big talking point amongst crews and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you're going to get used to it eventually once everything else is phased out. But it's a bit like, you know, 767, it's dwarfed. Yeah. Well, well, why use someone outside of your own country to do that? Forgive me, but, you know, I don't know. It's the wrong thing to do. So here's an interesting story that kind of evolves right back to the early days of aviation in terms of the twin engine jet. You know, when the A3 apparently let's just go right the way back to the 707. Did the 707 have flaperons? I don't know as it did. I don't think it did. I think the first aircraft to have flaperons was the 707, maybe? Sorry, the 747. And then, of course, I think the TriStar did, and the MD-11. But I think, and also the A300, which is really interesting. The Airbus A300. Now, that flaperon, which is a flap aileron, sort of like why it's called a flaperon. They have elevons and all that kind of stuff on fighter jets, but the flaperon on the Boeing jet and on the A300, the early Airbus twin-engine aircraft. I mean, that was their first delve into commercial aviation. And boy, oh boy, did they come in with a splash. I mean, it caught Boeing right off guard with the A300. Anyway, that's another story that we've talked about. Oh, we got new. Oh no, it's black smoke. Black smoke. The interesting thing is that I heard. I don't know if this is true, and this is why I take it back to that A380 with the CAA and the FAA certifying a new aircraft, a clean sheet aircraft with no engine reversers. I didn't know whether it's sort of like standard in the rules of building a commercial aeroplane. You have to have reversers. It's written in the rules. Now, I believe that back in the old days, the early rules were that you had to have flaperons. It was. It was something like the flaperons, wasn't it? Captain Scarlet. Tonight he fights the flaperons. Boo, boo, the Misterons. Boo, ba-doo, doo. But anyway, yes, this is not an episode of Captain Scarlet. So yes, it was. It was something that I read, and something that Boeing have continued on throughout their entire aircraft type family. And anyway, so but Airbus do not have a flaperon, for those of you who are who've noticed that or know it. Airbus does not have a flaperon, it just has a humongous, great big aileron at the end of the wing, but also very cleverly uses the flight spoilers as a bit of aileron as well, to reduce the twist of the wing and not put all the forces on the far outboard section of the wing, but sort of like spread it along the wing. But that's only mainly used when you've got kind of windy conditions, choppy conditions on approach, that kind of thing. Other than that, they're generally only used as flight spoilers for reducing speed brakes, as they're mainly known. And they're the spoilers coming up on the wing there, you see. That's something that when you arm the spoilers on the flight deck, that will automatically, with I believe it's weight on wheel sensors on the wheels, so that once all the weight is applied to the aircraft and the onboard computer knows that it's on the ground, those spoilers will be deployed to slow the aircraft down, basically, or help in slowing the headoplane down. Liveries do serve a subtle advertising purpose at the airport and in the skies. Yes, indeed, they're mostly about brand presence, loyalty and recognition, not overt sales pitches. Yeah, it's more about just recognition, isn't it? It's just about brand recognition. You know, once it's there, it's there. Oh, hello. I mean, what was the brief from Korean? You know, when they spoke to the agency, like, okay, so what do you want then, guys? You still want the red and the blue and the white integrated within the flag? You know, the flag. No, we don't want any of that. Oh, okay. Well, what sort of colour do you want it? Oh, blue. Blue, you like a metallic blue. Oh, right, okay, yeah. So the same sort of blue as you've got at the moment? No, nothing like that. Oh, okay. So you having any sort of like, you don't want to look anything like it is? No, nothing, completely different, please. Oh, and what sort of colour do you want? Everything black. What all the titles and everything? Yeah. On the tail, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Got all that, John? Yeah, we'll get that done in half an hour, mate. Don't worry about it. Pick up 20 million for doing it. Piece of cake, mate. What do you think of that? Yeah, brilliant. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Now you can see that wing flex on that 380. Look how high the wing is. Look at that. You can see it. Look how flexed it is. Wow, man, that's beautiful. When you see one on the ground, it's nothing like that. I mean, I reckon there's at least between 10 and 11 feet of upward flex when you fly that thing. Wow, look at her climb, man. She's on autopilot. Flaps probably coming up around about now. Take it out to flaps one. I love it on the way down when they're descending and they're sort of like, you know, playing with the flaps almost. You know, where they are sort of like flaps 3 and then they just sort of like bring them down in little increments. That's actually something that Airbus is now offering as a retrofit on the A330. I think it's only available on the 900. It might be available as a retrofit, but basically it's a system that allows them to have a half setting between the flaps. So you've got 1 to 4, then you've got 1.5 to 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, and then or whatever. Yeah. So anyway, you've got a additional flap settings, which the computer will be updated to. So when you're programming the aircraft, it will automatically tell you what your flap setting should be based on the aircraft's numbers. It's Cathay Pacific's A350. It's the 1000. Watch the wing. Watch the wing. Oh, she's floating. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Got that right on 3 sets of wheels. Nice touchdown. Got it? Oh, look at her. Where is she? You got it? Okay, we're going to go VAR on that last arrival, folks, because that was quite long, wasn't it? But what we'll look out for, standby GP, what we'll look out for here is how the pilot has pitched the aircraft to the absolute perfect pitch, so that all 3 sets of wheels hit the tarmac at the same time, or thereabouts. Let's just have a look back at it. Okay, run VAR GP, please. Not perfectly on. It was a little bit out. Looks better. Craig Russell, Jals 350-1000 from Haneda on finals. Mark Lofthouse, Rob LHR. Lovely, comfy landing. Well, he ran it for a little bit, ballooned it ever so slightly, didn't they? Richard the Roadie BA380 from Heathrow over my location, heading to Boston at 11,000 feet climbing. Yeah. We should do. I saw somebody mentioning about whether they do departures from this runway. Well, no, they don't, as a rule of thumb. However, it has been known for, well, when the runway was going through some repairs, the southern runway 09 right was going through some repairs earlier on this year, late last year, earlier on this year. Because there was a part of the runway that was sectioned off, so they had to do intersect departures, mainly all the aircraft. So, wow, look at those catering trucks all around that thing, man. That's crazy, isn't it? However, the Perth 787 that flies direct to Perth from Heathrow needs full runway, and I do believe that sometimes it goes out at 9 left, but they've got full runway option on 9 right at the moment, so I can't imagine it would. See, there's the flapper on. See the split between the on the outboard, you've got the aileron, which is currently being used right there as a ground spoiler. But the flapperons between the split between the two flaps, the big flaps on the wings, that's the flapperon, which basically moves up and down. But they also use it as a ground spoiler as well, partially. So you'll see the spoilers will come down, and then the flapperon will go with them, if we see that. Depends on the pilots, of course. No, we're not going to see it. And now you look at this 350, and you'll see what I mean. Ain't no flapperon on this one, boy. You got some big ailerons. Sink rate. Don't sink. And all that. Ooh, that was a big power up. Did you hear that? Green fingers, thank you. Martin Kelk. Chicken in one truck, beef in the other. There it is. That's crazy. Catering the top deck. The two lower decks, and that one at the back there. Interesting. It's going through a type area. There is a Diriyah, I'm guessing. Craig Russell. Grand Prix livery, Saudia 777. This may be with our Saudi pilot on board. I don't know. Donald Pungleby, throttle correction. Ha ha, Chile! I've just got a message from Dave. Yes, that was me. Oh my God, that is hilarious, mate. That is absolutely fantastic. Yes. I don't have to say it anymore. That is brilliant. I even did it yesterday with him. Oh my goodness me. Finally. The law of averages though, isn't it? The law of averages and all that. Yeah. Chung Lee. You say only 777-8 have flaperons, but 786, yes, 767 does have flaperons as well. And the 757. Does the 757? I think the 757 also has flaperons. I believe. I think the only one that doesn't, literally, is the 737. Pretty sure the 57 has flaperons. Gordon Freeman, Swiss 220. Is it 220 or is it 320? I know they've got the same engines, don't they? The Neos, the Pratt & Whitney engines on the no, it was a 220. It was 220. Yeah. There she is, long range. Oh, Donald saying the 757 does not have flaperons. There we go. So the 767. Well, actually, no, the 747 would have been the first aircraft to operate the flaperon system. 757 obviously didn't need it for just because of the design, really, I'm guessing. Or I'd have to have a look at the Shunkum Lee, yes, confirming 767 and up have them. The flaperon. It's a great thing to kind of watch during flight. Well, actually, more on descent, because it's sort of like, I think it's being used quite extensively and sort of like a hell of a lot more. The outboard aileron, I believe I'm right saying this, that the outboard aileron is the one that's generally used during flight, and then during approach you will see the or is it the high-speed aileron, the inboard one? I can never flipping remember. I know that I know someone's going to come up on here right now and tell me, and that'll be, I'm waiting for it. Kusho Alam, all Boeing wide bodies have flaperons. No, definitely not the 7.3. And now hearing not the 7.5. Yeah, if you're wondering where we are, folks, we are at the Thistle Hotel, Heathrow, and for members, we have a discount code which is now on your perks. If you want to check it out on your perks. And this is the old style, new style livery for Saudi. I saw the Saudi, I nearly said TriStar there. Oh, hello, we've got a hot gear. We've got either a hot gear or a failed gear. I'm gonna urge on the side of that being a brake malfunction and not a hot brake. Unless he was dragging the hell out of it, but basically the onboard systems will, the 787 literally after takeoff, automatically the doors open, the main gear doors open it's not part of the procedure of the gear up command lever, if you know what I mean. They automatically come open, and then if the aircraft senses that one of the wheels is still turning, it will pull the gear doors back up. Look at the drag that thing's happening there with the with those wheels being down. Tremendous amount of drag. Pilots call it a dirty configuration. You dirty old configuration. But basically you have to give it a couple of minutes before the wheel stops rotating up to a safe point where it doesn't do any damage to the systems, but also you don't want a wheel spinning up still when it goes up into the undercarriage bay, because that can cause excessive wear and heat on the brake systems. So the automatic systems, the onboard computers, the heat sensors will, and there they go. We know it's not him because he's just messaged me because he's landed. Shung Lee, that flight deck. Well, it's not you, Dave. That flight deck will be quite noisy right now as you accelerate with the gears down. Wow. Yeah, so the sound of the air rushing past the front gear, I'm guessing. Shh. Wow. Yeah, that must be amazing, man. Because, yeah, I understand it now, because when the gear comes up, you feel that, you can hear that change in well, only something that I have heard on real flight deck, not so much the simulators, unless of course a bit of a yes, they do that. I'm gonna have to listen out next time well, what we'll have to do is we'll have to simulate that scenario, won't we? Hey, simulate that scenario. Yeah. So that would be quite good, actually. I know that in the settings for Microsoft Flight Sim, how do you set up brake failure? How do you set up a hydraulic failure? Randomly, is that possible? I know you can obviously simulate it very easily on the big, expensive, real life simulators. Wow, turn that Etihad. That's the green jet, isn't it? Turn that round pretty quick, actually. To be honest with you, that was that literally landed when we the green line here. Jill Perry, number of takeoffs and landings. Some period of time. Back end of that conversation. Watch the wing. Oh, that's floating it. Yeah. Got a bit of ballooning, as pilots really call it. That was a nicely executed landing there. RabH, you can set failures mainly on the payware planes. That's payware, that's ones that you buy, isn't it, Julie? Shunkunli, you can put a failure in the Phoenix MCDU under the failure section. Oh, wow. Or alternatively, brake very hard during the taxi and make your brakes too hot. Yes! Yes! I like that. Yeah. Okay, so you're doing the MCDU, what, when you're setting it up? That's interesting. Oh no, what's going on here? Yeah, there will be. Thank you, Shung Hyung Lee. Richard the Rogue, Spitfire overhead heading south at 3,575 feet. Got that on ADSP, GP? By any chance? Heading south. Back-to-back 380s, Singapore and Emirates. Is that what we've got coming in? Back-to-back 380s, GP? Singapore and Emirates? Alex, Scarisbrick, some of your payware aircraft do simulate failures in builds 350, even simulates bird strike. Yes! Oh man, I need to get myself up to speed tonight.
shaft to improve aircraft performance on a 787-9 and 10. 1 second after the aircraft detects that it is airborne, the main landing gear doors open automatically. Yes, exactly what I just said. But in the instance of a gear not retracting as a result of, for whatever reason, hot brakes or brake failure in terms of the wheel braking system, it's literally like one of the fuses going in one of the wheels where it doesn't stop the wheel from turning. Enable random failures, and you'll get random failures during your flight. Oh my goodness me, that's fantastic. Alexandra Jones, 1987. Hello everyone, my Big Jet TV jacket is currently on its way from Latvia. Brilliant, man. Absolutely love that kind of feedback, man. Look at the tail on that thing. These guys aren't shy of a bit of crosswind activity landing in Ireland. So, certainly on the final approach into Dublin, can get a bit bumpy. Anne Hodgkins. Which one was that, Anne? I think that jowl basically signifies the start of the Asian invasion. Did you say that, Jenny? Yeah, all Nippon. No, you haven't. Of course, our good friend Hiroki, who is a Japan Airlines pilot, he's in London at the moment. I think he's up at ARD at the moment. Surprise, surprise. No, he's going in there about 5 o'clock this afternoon. Might see. He might still be there when we finish off today. In which case, I might be able to nip up there and say hello. Lisa Stevens received her pinky magnet today. Oh, I'm going to take pride of place on her fridge. That's brilliant, isn't it? Ha ha! If you're wondering what we're talking about with the merchandise and all that, folks, it's the new shop is now open, and the great thing that I am finding about it is the fact that it's so reliable, I guess is the best way to describe it, in terms of you get email updates and you can track your package. It's brilliant, man. That might be even half the fun of it, to be honest with you. It's like flight radar. Jim Horvath, when you're coming in high and too hot in the sim, why not use speed brakes and hit you? Well, you would do. they're actually, it's otherwise known as flight spoilers when they're in the air, but also speed brakes, yes. But you wouldn't use, you know, you don't use full speed brake. It doesn't come right up the top like they do when they're on the runway, as when they are actually then ground spoilers. Paul Skinning, thank you. Paul's gifted a channel membership, thanks mate. But yeah, you always arm your spoilers before landing and takeoff, because in the case of an aborted takeoff, you would definitely rely on those being armed. Well, that's a good. That is a good question, and I'm going to, just because Aubrey is asking a relevant question about our air traffic control versus the problems that they're experiencing in America now with the air traffic controllers. Put it this way, at this stage, our air traffic control is completely in control of itself, if you know what I mean. We don't have any problems in terms of I mean, I know they do have staffing issues with air traffic control, but it's certainly nothing that you're seeing on the level of what's happened at Dallas Fort Worth, wasn't it, in the last couple of days? I don't know if that is a result of the current political issues. I mean, you don't know what to relate to it at the moment, but yeah, I mean, it's a shame it's happening, but it certainly appears that our air traffic control is in a good stage at the moment. It's not under any. I mean, obviously, you know, hard working, but very heavily governed with air traffic control here in the UK. And oh, was it Newark? Was it? I thought DFW had a problem, but anyway, never mind. I read it wrong. Okay, it's Newark. My apologies. Yeah, it is a crying out loud. It is a little bit, you know, daunting to know that, you know, those kind of issues are happening. Whether it's down to the layoffs or the streamlining of air traffic control services in the US, but the feedback that's coming back from the US and that community is not a good thing at the moment. I've got to be honest with you. Certainly from a domestic point, from a heavy domestic airport. Really, to be honest with you, it doesn't matter which, does it? Domestic or international or long haul, it's all the same relatively. Mark Lofthouse, 4 minutes for back-to-back 380s. We'll be just turning now onto the back of the stack. There's one of them. Wow. Now, are we going to get a funky shot like no other? I think we are, you know, because if they're back-to-back, we're going to get a shot like that with 380s. We are, you know. Les, no issues with the mic this end, my friend. No, it's not a new mic. Same system that we always use. Okay, I can see the other one approaching from the north now. He's gonna fall in line. Is that the Slinger second in? Like bombers returning from a mission, man. Love it. Phil, the gear will be extended. Company policy. Generally no earlier and no later. I think it's an altitude thing, possibly, with Emirates. And that is obviously to minimise well, maximise the efficiency of the aircraft. Make sure you've got everything good, everything's working as it should be. Kevin Connolly, I get what you're saying. You see the leading jet there, crabbing ever so slightly, pointing the nose to the left, because the wind is crosswind, so the aircraft will naturally crab into the wind. Oh, gear came down very early on the Slinger, yeah. Carrie, thank you, Carrie. Wow, that was a lot of stopping there, man. Yeah, the interesting thing is that I remember speaking to a 747 specialist when BA were operating the 747 and mentioning that most of the noise that comes from the aircraft as it goes overhead is the rushing wind going through all the components of the undercarriage. That's where that lots of whistling came from. They considered all sorts of contraptions to reduce that noise. Never worked. He's going to have to jump on those reversers, man. That was very late. Wow. I thought the slinger was heavy. That was excessive, man. That's gone full length, hasn't it? Ellis Chernoff, that was the smoothest touchdown I've ever seen on a 380. Yeah, no panic whatsoever. Just let it run. Let it glide. We've got a lot of stopping power here. We don't need to worry if we are past the marker. I think they were getting towards the last marker though. Kind of looked like it. Yeah. Imagine how loud it would be with 4 reversers. Rab, yeah. You see the flaperons being extended there, and the outboard ailerons as well as the ground spoilers. Everything coming up in one action, automatically done by the aircraft itself. Weight on wheels, I think, is the sensor, the WOW sensor. Cruisers, got Donalds. Wow, very high Cirrus, man. Really high Cirrus. Flying above that Cirrus, mate. Rumble. Craig Russell is from Las Vegas. Stephen H. J350 from Haneda to Charles de Gaulle. Haneda, Charles de Gaulle. Is that a bit odd going that way? Okay, what's gone straight over the Pacific, has it? Haneda, Charles de Gaulle. Fair enough. Okay, so we went clockwise then, not anti-clockwise. Yeah, yeah. Okay. 37,000 feet heading towards you from the northwest. Oh, I'll definitely be able to see it. Oh, there she is. Is that her there? I think that's her, northwest, isn't it? It's a haze, man. There she is. Stand by. Hello. Yes, speaking. Hi. Hi there. Okay. Well, I'm a little bit busy at the moment. Can I? Is there a possibility of calling you back at some point, either or? Yes. Okay, perfect. I will give you a call tomorrow then. Thank you so much. Okay, take care then. Thank you. Bye-bye. Jeremy! Sorry about that. Anything happened, Julie, on that? When I took that call? No? Oh, okay. Okay. Did I miss something that you said then? Did I get the jowl? I got the jowl. Oh, wow. Was he? Oh, wow. Cool. That's cool, man. James Bradley, former aircraft maintenance technician for TWA at JFK. First aircraft to work on was Constellation 1049. Oh my goodness me, mate. Are you still in the New York area? Because if that's the case, then you obviously have worked on the Connie that's at the TWA hotel, or I think it was ex-TWA. Did they get another Connie and brand it with TWA? I don't know. I don't know, but wow, what an amazing era to be working on aeroplanes, line maintenance on Constellations, man. Those big old cylindrical air-cooled engines on the Connie, man. Wow, what a thing to work on. I've got up close and personal with one of those engines, man, and they are a beast, mate. Proper beast. Mind you, the same sort of engine that you'll find on like the DC-6 and the later Halifax engines were that was you could knock one of those cylinders out and she'll still fly. Right, and it's showing off the right 3350. Yeah. Is it the right Cyclone? Is it a Cyclone engine? But anyway, yeah, incredible piece of machinery. Proper hardcore engine. But yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Stick around, James, because Mr. Bradley, tuning in from I don't know if he's still in New York, but anyway. DC-7 had the right, DC-6 always had the Pratt & Whitney R2800. Okay, so here we go. Stephen H. only seen a Connie flying in the flesh once at Biggin Hill. Wow. Yeah, I mean there is still a couple of examples flying of the Constellation, I believe. Certainly one in the US. As my mic hasn't been on, my mic's been off, hasn't it? I think. Was it? Could you hear me talking then? Oh, okay, whatever. Miles high. Connie and Super Connie use 144 spark plugs, man. Just insane, isn't it? Craig Russell, thank you. Jerry Federigos. Everyone wish I caught you your VEVJ Day commemoration on Monday. Great show. Thank you very much indeed, Jerry. Yeah, great success with the VE80 fly past on Monday. It was brief, but my goodness me, wasn't it good?
especially the Lancaster as it went over the Royal, what was it, Victoria and Albert Museum. That's it. There's a statue on the top of the V&A in London. Very sort of like one of those heavily photographed images that you see quite often. And to have the Lancaster fly over the top of me and then bank right and go right across that statue was just, for me, a very humbling moment, I have to say, because it just put it in that sort. And a lot of people mentioning as well about Monday was because of the dark and moody skies and the aircraft's silhouette, it kind of looked a bit sort of black and white as well. So it kind of, everything fell in place there, didn't it, on Monday? And literally, folks, from the moment we stopped filming and shut everything down, the heavens opened and it was raining once again. And a big shout out and thank you to Gary as well, who looked after us there. Always looks after us at the Rembrandt Hotel. So thank you to him and everybody at the Rembrandt. And of course, the one or two people, you know, understandably not appreciating or understanding the complexities of what we have to do in terms of preparing for the show. The overlays underneath the aircraft were put together based on what we had received from the MOD, from their media team, and it's not their fault either, because things change at the last minute, and we put they were going to be F-35s underneath or flanking the Red Arrows. It turned out they were Typhoons. We had no idea that was going to be the case, so and we couldn't change those overlays. Were not being typed out live, they were preset the day before. Well, yes, exactly, yeah. But we can't. Yeah. Well, I didn't even really, to be honest with you. I was just more concentrating on the KLM's E-Jet, the E195, is it? E2 with the Pratt & Whitneys. That's how quiet that thing is, man. Is that 700, yeah, Jelly? So up to 8. Okay, well there you see an example of the engine cowlings on these engines. Most of them have three sets of cowlings. The leading section there, you see at the front of the engine, the intakes, that's known as the nacelle or the nacelle, depending on part of the world you're from. And then you've got the kind of the core cowls or the inspection cowls, which are in the darker blue there, which are the ones that lift up, like the bonnet of your car or the hood of your car. And then the back, and then the back section of the engine, a little bit of a float going on there, is the sliding part of the engine on this particular engine. It's, to be honest with you, the most common type of reverser is the sliding system,
rather than the door arrangement that they have on the Trent 700 engine and on some of the CFM 56 engines as well, which I like because they make a hell of a lot of mess on the runway. Don't know what the latest is. I know Virgin have got one of their aircraft out of commission at the moment with an engine with only one single engine. I'm quite surprised at that because they've always got a spare engine in the in that maintenance hangar. Joanna B loving a new location. Andrew Butler mentioning about B-17s indeed. I think the B-17 was a Wright engine, or I think it was a Wright engine. Might be Pratt & Whitney's, I don't know. Probably Wright. Well, I have been literally for the last 5 minutes or something like that. Eh? Sounds fine, mate. I wouldn't want me any louder than that. Yeah. I mean, how loud do you want to hear me? Possibly, yeah. Possibly device specific. I don't know, but Catbox 37 loving how much the elevators wobble on landing. Yes, generally caused, the elevators and the horizontal stabilizers, really, that entire horizontal empennage section of the aircraft, when the boards go up, you do get a lot of disruptive air flowing over the because obviously the inboard speed brakes or ground spoilers are primarily used to push the aircraft, increase the amount of weight on the aircraft, so that maximizing the braking of the wheels. And as a result of that, the turbulent air that gets flicked up over those speed brakes really does, you know, sort of like disrupt the air to the point where there's a lot of movement of the horizontal stabilizers. That's really noticeable, more noticeable on the bigger aircraft, of course. Chipaz, thank you. Pete 888 UK loving a wobble. Railway plane enthusiast. Loving the conditions. Yeah, great conditions. Like a little bit of thermal activity. Blimey, look at this geezer, look. Next, slow down, son. That's a good 20 knots, isn't it? Blimey. It's very, very fast, actually. That's a very confident pilot, that is. Scotty Orange tuning in from Virginia. There's a song there somewhere. Virginia. That's the one, isn't it? I don't want to get into it with that. Unfortunately, people will be earworming all afternoon. Take me home, country road. Jazz sound is fine on my Mac, iPhone, YouTube app, and my TV YouTube app. Nice and crispy and clear. Thank you. Nice. Is he a little bit late today? ANA normally comes in with Jal, doesn't he? Very close by. Neil Jackson, I think 30 knots is I think 30 knots is a max, isn't it? But you know, it's not just that; it's the aircraft type and what it, you know, the system is normally around about maximum 10 knots in the turn, and maybe 20 knots on taxi. I don't know. Stephen H. DHL A300s always seem to taxi really fast, especially the late night departures. I tell you what, I've got my taxiing down now, folks. Well, actually, you wouldn't believe that from watching me try to operate the A400 the other day, but certainly on the Phoenix A320, I seriously got it down now. Railway plane enthusiast, 28 knots ground speed, that BA787-9, according to radar box. Blimey, I said 20 knots, but did I say 30 knots? What did I say? Control tugs might be a bummer in the winter, Kansas AV do. Well, I don't know. Wear a big coat. It's crazy when that sun goes in, mate, I tell you. Transporting Kent, sea of British Airways. It is. That's where we're looking at. Bulgarian 220 giving it a load. That's we're looking inside the cul-de-sac, as I call it. In there is where the unfortunate incident between the BA787, BA350 and the Virgin 787 took part, didn't it? Where it backed into, it was on the pushback. It was had an unfortunate collision. There was a lot of speculation there about whether they had wing walkers out. I was on the understanding that all wide-body jets have to have wing walkers, but either that or someone just wasn't paying attention. I don't know what the overall outcome of that was, but Virgin came off lighter than BA, put it that way. Because Virgin literally were lucky enough to have a 787 that was out of service due to an engine issue, and all they did was they took one of the engines off of the damaged aircraft, put it on the one that was out of commission due to the engine issue, flew the one with the engine issue, and then when the replacement engine came back, took it off of that one, put it back on the other one, and then that was done. Because I think the repairs to the 787 were done quite quickly compared to the 350, which sat around for months, didn't it? Good 6 months, wasn't it? James, One Air 747 going over the top, GP. What is that? From what, directly south to north? Okay, so I should see it. Over the Biman, that's 2 out. Okay, right. Oh, it's a long way away, mate. Yeah, that's up in that cloud there, isn't it? I can hear it, but I can't see it. That's a shame, isn't it? Iberia. Jazz, there used to be a premium plaza lounge in T3 that looks out on the cul-de-sac. Not sure. Oh, it's still there, Jazz. That's the. In fact, there's a little. I didn't realise that in the Virgin one, in the Virgin Lounge, that there's a little outdoor sort of like terrace. It's got somewhere over there in the corner or something. Maybe I think it's behind the tower there. But yeah, it's still there, and I'm guessing the other premium lounges are there as well. Lufthansa, I've been in the Lufthansa one, haven't I, Jilly? Is it Lufthansa one? Been in the Virgin one at Terminal 3, 2/3. You know, the lounges. Yeah. No, maybe I don't know. Valerie Dickens, great VE show. Thank you, Valerie. That's I'm kind of like proud of what we achieved and pulled off there on Monday, and it's a great honour to be doing it alongside the MOD as well. Very, very humbled and honoured to be able to do that. Big respect to all the people involved. Professional tourists. Let me just think what they are. Oh, okay. Professional tourist. He's a subby. Hello, Jerry. You just caught my landing in AK-43 for Saudia. The Canadian captain in Saudi. It was him. I did say, Jilly, didn't I, when he was landing? I said, I wonder if this is our friend from Saudia. That is amazing, man. Thank you, sir. And what a great landing, I have to say, as well. So, yes, stay in touch, please. Keep us informed. It was a bit of luck today that we caught you. And, well, not really. It's just, it's nice to know that, well, we've had Dave today, haven't we, from SAS. And now we've had Emilio. Well, how about that? Thank you, sir. Is that an overnight? Is that an overnight in the UK, or is that 2 nights in the UK? I don't know quite what the what company policy. Obviously different with a lot of different operators, isn't it? Emilio, thank you for getting in touch with us and letting us know. That's brilliant. Back-to-back 22300s. Interesting, Jake. Thank you. Lucy Bundy Rowe. Good afternoon to you, Gillian Sankey. These are all my members that I'm reading out here, folks. Obviously, we do have from time to time some subbies that we read out for whatever reason, like we just got with Emilio, one of our pilot friends from Saudi Arabian Airlines, flying the 777 Saudia F1 E-Prix, is it, or is it the Grand Prix? I think it's I have to think about that. Anyway, thank you, sir. So yes, all of my members who wish to comment and chat are on with me right now. It's part of the perk of being a member on Big Jet TV, of course. As a first class member, which is the average price of a medium coffee these days, I have to say. You get to go overseas if you fancy a little bit of nice funky shot, a little bit of international stuff. We mix it in overseas once a month, folks. And of course, all of our first class members and super class members are able to watch those shows exclusively live. Along with all the other perks, like a 10% discount on everything here at your stay at the Thistle Hotel. So if you book here, you'll get a 10% discount, but not just on the room rate, but on the on your food, your drink, literally everything. Big engines on it, man. Swiss 210, listen out for these Pratt & Whitney gear turbo fans running the running the planetary gearbox. So just hold on, Jilly. Just to let you know that Jilly's currently reading out an email that we've received from a Cathay Pacific 747 captain, Jilly, or just pilot? Okay, captain. Okay, go ahead. What's his name? What's his name? Or just first name? Andrew. There we go. Oh. Yes. Is he on the freighter then, obviously? Oh my goodness me, yes. Did you just send him an email back saying, "Did bears poo in the woods?" 100%, mate. Oh, that would be fantastic. Yeah. Blimey. Oh, that's fantastic. Well, Andrew, yeah, flying the Cathay 747 freighter in from Dubai this coming Sunday, so we'll all be up for him bringing it in. That's great. Thank you, Andrew. Yes, indeed. An avid watcher of Big Jet TV, mate. That's fantastic. Wow. It's something exciting to look forward to during the flight, isn't it? Or get a little bit, you know, especially if the wind picks up. Probably be checking the winds all the way there. Talking about wind, flipping, when that sun goes in, mate, temperature drops by a good 2 or 3 degrees, and I tell you, it's worthy of a. It's definitely worthy, I think, of another layer, which I've got in the van. So I reckon I could do that in a very short space of time. Would you excuse me, folks, while I quickly nip down to the van and get myself. We've got 1, 2. Okay, what's the third one out? Let's just have a look. Yeah, that's quite. Yeah, it's a big one. Third out, isn't it? 777 from Dubai. Let's do it now. Yeah, did that go straight through the shot? You there, Jilly? Okay, right. Sorry about that. Well, I called out and I said, "Are you there, Jilly?" And nothing, no answer. Oh, I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear you. You didn't hear that either? No? Oh. No, I didn't hear you. No. Yeah. Because obviously it disconnected itself. No. Oh. Ew. Say that. Oh. Well, all the way down to the van. Oh, blimey. I'm just switching layers here, folks. Excuse me 1 second. They're all getting together, aren't they? All in the clubhouse. All the holy amongst holies are all getting together in the clubhouse. Lock themselves in. Would make quite a good sketch. A sketch of all the holies getting together, wouldn't it? They shut the doors and they're like, right, okay, let's get the bottles of wine open to start with, and. Yeah, they had to surrender all of their communications and iPads and just one big holy get together, innit? I kind of thought of it a bit like back in the old Harry is on VS 155 pushing back now. Got a Qatar jet. I do have a Qatar jet lined up. Yeah, back in the when the squadrons were formed, and the pilots would go and meet up with all the crews, the navigators, and first they probably, you know, captain would walk in there and there'd be like a big bunch of people. It would be a room full of, you know, navigators, bomb aimers, wireless operators, gunners, and all that kind of stuff. And that's where they would form the squadron crews. And the lucky ones would get a really good navigator. The unlucky ones would get ones that are a little bit unsure. And sometimes they got lost, which was not good. Shape or form for anybody. Anyway, it's kind of the way I imagine it. So we got somebody on that Qatar jet, have we, Jilly? Okay, so they're on the left-hand side. So that's coming out from Sierra, isn't it? So 4A means that's up front, isn't it? Ooh. Are they able to get their phone up against the window with the torch? What's his name? Daniel. So apparently Daniel, my brother, he was didn't than me, didn't. Nice bit of heat coming out of those engines, man. Look at that. So, Daniel, if you are able to, It depends on where on the seat, because he's obviously in one of the posh seats, isn't he? So it's yeah, Virgin Dreamliner for Harry, yeah. But if he's in a posh seat, that might be a little bit difficult with being able to lean forward and put your phone up against the window and just put your torch on. Whether you're able to do that, I'm going to look out for you, mate, because he's turning on. He's turning onto the runway now, I think. If you put your phone up against the window, mind you, hopefully he's on. Hopefully he's watching the show on his phone with a headset. He would be, wouldn't he, with a Bluetooth? So we should be able to see him if he's able to. Here we go. Don't flash it, just hold it on permanently. We got heat from an APU, man. Hold on a minute. You're going to have to tell me whether you can see anything from 4A there. No. Come on, mate. Oh, being bombed. Oh, here we go. Look. No. He's not moving. The plane's coming up and photo bombing him. Yeah, all the way down. We're going to get a tiny glimpse of it. Nope. Never know. It might have been a fake. Actually. I don't know. Might have been no, he was legit, was he? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Where is Harry? No, where is he? Is he in the? Is he in the? Okay, just pushing back. So, I don't see any Virgin Jet pushing back. Where is he though? Is he in the? Is he in the cul-de-sac? Oh, he's on the outside. Oh, okay, I've gotcha. Yes, I think I've. So he's behind the fuel containers. Okay. Pardon me. Scotty Orange, where is Harry? This is a game. I think he is on one of the gates, the other side of those, the other side of the tanks there. Might be him there, you know. Is that a? That looks. That's definitely a Virgin engine. It's a Virgin jet, and that is definitely a Dreamliner engine. Noticeable, obviously, by its big, thick engine nacelles, man, on those Trent 1000s and Gen X engines. Easy, son, easy. Nice. Easy. CFM engines. CF6 engines, sorry. General Electric. No longer General Electric, no longer involved in the wide-body jet new engine era. They're concentrating on their LEAP technology for single-aisle aircraft. Obviously, still continuing to honour the spares market. I'm guessing for the well, certainly for the GE90 and other engine types. Although saying that, I wouldn't imagine that General Electric would probably have a very large spares section for the Gen X engine, and probably still have all the tooling and the, well, to be honest with you, the majority of the majority of the equipment on the aircraft, on the engine, is actually, it's sourced from other manufacturers, but also assembled and manufactured. Lots of the components are manufactured by General Electric as well, from their manufacturing sites. Craig Russell, Finnair 350, arriving from hell. This is him, I think. Ben B, good afternoon to you. Penny Haskins. Harry's still on stand. Okay, Harry is on a Virgin jet, folks. We're to see. Keep an eye on that. This is a plastic aeroplane, ladies and gentlemen. I spy Joe walking past. He's obviously sitting indoors then, is he? Oh! Is it? Moody's saying I put the containers on that jet. Which one's that, Moody? Oh, look at that. Is that a bit late? Oh, no, it was the front, it was the wingtip that I thought for a moment the front gear was extended. Start up. Containers on the, what, on the Finnair jet? Oh, that's pretty cool. Moody. Starting up the Trents. Wow, that's crazy. You put the cans on it. he's got to work a flight. That's cool all the same, Moody. Just the fact you worked on it is brilliant. Simon mentioning the store working out well. Thank you, Simon. That's him there, isn't it, Julie? He should be now facing, almost facing terminal. Which side is he on, left or right? So he's basically facing T4 now, isn't he? Not him, the aircraft. Peter Roberts, channel member. Good day to you, Peter. Rohit Parkal, all of my channel members, well, not all of them, but all of those folks whose names are in highlighted green. Is that the same for everybody? Okay, so all the green highlighted folks are members, if you're wondering, folks. And like I've said, as part of their perks, as well as being able to travel overseas with us and get discounts and stuff like that, discount in the store. Rohit Parkal, that Finnair jet is a regular visitor to Mumbai. There we go. That's nice. Karen giving a shout out to whoever gifted her the membership. That's very nice of you, Karen. Thank you. Always a very lovely thing for somebody to do for somebody else. Okay, 777. Are we going to get... Always much better when they're facing towards us. So when we get 27 operations, they'll be facing towards us and firing up those big General Electrics, man. Harry's in 6A. So Harry is going to have to do what I asked the guy in the Qatar jet to do. Oh. Wow. Luby Lou, Paul Weston. Good afternoon, CG Hill. It's right behind me, so unlikely I would have thought to Diriyah Aviator. Oh, is he going to maintenance? I think that guy might be going to maintenance. Yeah, he's going to maintenance. Yeah. 737. Royal Air Morocco. It's a MAX, but not as we know it. Kevin Connolly, we're going to be in Boston next month in June. We're going to the Flight Sim Expo, where we will be. Oh, he's not. Is he telling? Yes, he is. Where we will be streaming Flight Sim live, ladies and gents. If you fancy a bit of that, that'll be free view, and then we'll be doing an exclusive members show live from Boston on the Sunday, is it, Jenny? Sunday, isn't it? Sunday in Boston, where we will most definitely meet up with Sam. Hey, how you doing? So, yes. Sue asking about the pods. Well, mentioning about the pods. Yes, you can access, you can get to the pods straight from the hotel. Follow the green line, apparently. I'm going to do that, am I? Yeah, we figured it out yesterday that the walk around Heathrow would probably be somewhere in the region of, well, because each runway's 2 miles long, but that's just the runway surface. Then you've got at least quarter of a mile, let's say, at each end of the runway, so that's another half mile, so that's 3 miles basically. Yes, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think that's yeah, I think it's around about 10 miles. That's a long walk, man. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. That's Harry's aircraft moving now. He's in the A seats, so he'll be on the A side, so he'll be over on the left-hand side of the aircraft. We won't see him yet, but on the Virgin jet, I need to think in business class, or if he's in upper class. Oh, how lovely! He will be still be cabin crew walking around the cabin, prepping everything, getting everything right. Do in their shoes. I really do think that Skechers should develop a specific shoe that looks very smart but is comfortable for flight crew, for cabin crew, sorry. But is like more comfortable, like a trainer, but looks like a work shoe, if you know what I mean. They kind of do already, don't they? Like those ones I bought in Honolulu, isn't it? Make them black, not black and white, and that would definitely. Pete J, fantastic new location that Big Jet TV has got for us to enjoy. Yes, Pete. Well, me and all, Pete. It's like, you know, get something like this, you want to show it off to everyone, don't you? And it's just fantastic that we as a family are. It is lovely when a plan comes together, and there was quite a lot of planning that went into this, to be honest, folks. Certainly from the health and safety angle, but also with just generally setting everything up, you know. And because we are a respected business, not just a channel, but we're a business, and everything that we're able to send through to potential partners is highly respectful, and you know, in terms of what we can offer anybody getting involved with Big Jet TV, and that's kind of why the MOD approached us as well. Oh, scary copter, man. Yeah. Oh, listen to it. Oh. 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 Very scary, very scary. Richard, you're obviously looking in the wrong place. Some of the Skechers outlets, the trainers and the footwear is no more expensive than other outlets and trainers, like anything like Nike and all that lot. Yeah, Skechers used to be expensive, but I would recommend looking at the prices now, because you might be quite pleasantly surprised. I won't wear anything but Skechers, I've got to be honest with you. I'm not sponsored by them. I wouldn't want to be sponsored by them. Yeah, okay, a couple of free pairs of shoes a year would go down quite well, but they are so reasonably priced and last so long. I mean, my last pair of Skechers that I replaced, my latest pair of Skechers that I replaced like for like, the last pair before was 2 years. And that's with a good amount of wearing as well. So, you know, and through all kinds of weather. Anyway, whatever. Anne Hodkinson had a flight over Heathrow some weeks ago. Even calls it the scary copter herself. It was a bit daunting to be looking down at the aircraft arriving on 27 right. Wow. Which helicopter flight was that? Pleasure flight? That was because I was offered it once, but I'll never do it. I'll never do it. Thank you. Nice. And you know why I would never do it? It's like I was having a discussion yesterday about, you know, the Spitfire that I think it belly landed, didn't it? I think it might have lost its hydraulics. I don't know, or are they? Yeah, it might have lost its hydraulics for. Where's Harry S. Truman? No, where's Harry? But anyway, yeah, the Spitfire that went down in that field was actually one of the pleasure flight Spitfires with 2 seats in it. Obviously the pilot up front and the yeah, no, I've got him. I can see him. But yes, yes. Well, you're too reliant on that aft rotor as well, aren't you? Not just the upper rotor. You're reliant on both working. You don't want to lose the rear rotor on an helicopter. But anyway, the least said about that, the better. That's why. You know, we were talking about me going up in the Spitfire. I was like, to be honest with you, I don't want to go in it. I want to hear it. I want to listen to it, and I want to film it. That's the best way to see a Spitfire, not being on it. I much prefer to watch it in a display on a nice quiet day on a field with all you can hear is the skylarks and not some bloke shouting out about the history of the Spitfire during its display. You can talk all about the Spitfire, you can talk all about the aircraft, right the way up until the moment it literally starts its takeoff run. When it starts its takeoff run, you don't say anything, do you? It's why I kept quiet for that entire fly past, because you don't want someone talking over that stuff, really. That's why we decided to put the overlays on as well. Get all the talking done like I did in the hour leading up to it, or the 45 minutes leading up to it, as much information as I can give you guys. So by the time the aircraft come towards us, you've kind of got a general idea of what we're looking at and what their purpose is, you know, in terms of their capabilities, etc., etc. Shay Demican. Wow, that's 2 Superclass members today. Thank you, Shay. A very warm welcome to you. I hope you're well and obviously enjoying the show. Thank you, my friend. Hope I got that right. Shay Demican. Pete J. Spot on. You can lose an engine in a plane and still land safely. Lose the rear rotor at the best. Yeah. Even low altitude, man. 30 feet off the deck, you're coming down with a big old wallop, aren't you? Wait for Harry to come into view. Is it 114, Jilly? And Hodkinson, it was a bit windy out of Denham. Oh, blimey, yeah. Oh, it had to be. That's where I went, wasn't it, Jilly? That was the same guys that offered me the flight in the helicopter at Denham, wasn't it? I think it was, you know. Was a bit windy. Oh my god. Beautiful touchdown, mate. We're gonna rock down to Electric Mike. Spitfires are like £4,000. You could learn to fly in Cessna for that. Yeah, lots of money. You've got to have a lot of the folding stuff, mate. If you're able to, I can think of a lot better things to do with £4,000 personally myself. And like I said, I'd much rather. I mean, obviously, don't get me wrong. The experience must be incredible. But if I was offered to go on a flight for £4,000, I'd sooner keep the money and watch the plane in a display format and hear that Merlin engine, because that is what the Spitfire is all about. Let's face it, is that Merlin engine and the sound that it makes. Nothing like it. It's like Mick was saying yesterday, it's thumping, isn't it? It's a thumping sound. Oh, sorry, it's pronounced Domican. Thank you, Shay. I did say Domican, didn't I? I said Domican. Oh, it's Domican, sorry. Peter Kent! Oh, look, it's Red Nose. Peter Kent is a brand new member. Welcome, Peter. Thank you to everybody for supporting the channel, but as a way of us saying thank you to everybody who does support the channel, it's great to give so much back, because, you know, once a month we travel overseas internationally. We do also travel down into Europe from time to time. Down at Toulouse, we've been down to Madrid last year, which was absolutely fantastic. Still doing a few of those every year. International show every month for our members, of course, and then of course all the discounts and stuff like that you get in the store and so on and so forth. Still haven't completely finished in the store yet. Lots of stuff to sort of like add on to that, maybe a couple of alterations to make, but we're getting there. And people mentioning how good it is, and the feedback has been fantastic. So thank you. Yes, Rohit, I do remember when two-stroke engines. Well, four-stroke technology was quite a late I mean, certainly for motorcycles, wasn't it? I remember having a AP150. An AP150. No, it was an AP50, and then it was a Honda, or was it? I don't know. I can't remember. Wow, Martin Kelk. Near the Battle of Britain Memorial, Capel-le-Fern. Oh, the BBMF at Capel-le-Fern. Yeah, wow. That name was mentioned quite a lot in the books that I've read on Bomber Command. Those that were based up. I mean, of course, you've not just got Coningsby, but bomber bases all the way around Lincolnshire, Bomber County, as it's also known. Spalding, home on Spalding Moor, wasn't it? Isn't it home on Spalding Moor or something? Yeah, man. Yeah, well, that's a Yorkshire air base. Yeah. Some of the big bomber bases, man. Wow, what a lovely experience you must have regularly with those flights going in and out. Spitfires, man. How about that? It's one of their 339s. Speed up there. Wow. There's a bit of speed up there, wasn't there? Mikey D booking his Spitfire flight very soon. Hope it sounds as good on the inside. It will be very loud, Mikey D. It won't sound like a Merlin engine that does when it's flying overhead or anywhere near you, or does a fly past or anything like that. It'll just be very noisy and very loud and very vibratory. An amazing experience, don't get me wrong, and you know, I wouldn't want to put anyone off, but you know, and if you've got that kind of money and it's on your wish list. Oh, here he goes. He's going now, isn't he? Oh, man, are we going to get him? Come on, Harry. 1, 2, 3, 4. So those the windows, sometimes you get like 3 windows for each. That's definitely him, isn't it? Have a good one, Harry. Yeah, of course, there is no sound. Oh, did he say light was on? We might have seen it, I didn't see it, but I've only got a little tiny monitor, haven't I? Oh, okay. Right, turn Clyde. Martin Kelk did a hangar tour at Biggin Hill Heritage Hangar. A great bunch of guys and learnt a lot. Wow, that's great, Martin. Yeah, they have a very strong heritage foundation and hangar. at, I think they've got like 5 or 6 Spitfires there, haven't they? I certainly know that when they do the Biggin Hill show, the air show, can't remember when last time there was one there, but they do a fantastic reenactment with the Spitfires with actors. They do a scramble, 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 ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, ringing the bell and all that. And it's just a fantastic. Our biggest problem when we were there, we were trying to do it, was the signal was horrendous. It was so aggravating because it was such a beautiful sight and sound. Unfortunately, we still had the announcers blaring in our ear, which was just a shame, man. If something like that's going to happen, let people listen to it. You don't have to tell us what's going on. We can kind of figure it out ourselves, you know. Let's listen to what's happening. Let them do it. Let them make it authentic, and not with some bloke blaring out over the PA. You're fine, man. You can talk later. It's the way we do it, you know. Don't come in here trying to tell us how to run our air show. Well, I'm not trying to tell you. I'm just saying it's like just what people would prefer. I'm sure, you know. Go with the times, man. Go with the times. You don't need somebody constantly talking all the time. Lord Geeker, only one thing better than 4 Merlin engines, the sound of 8 Merlin engines flying over Derwent Dam, where they practice the Dam buses raid. Yeah, crazy, man. Yes, what he's talking about there, I think, as this Max approaches us, is when the Nanton Lank from Canada did the tour, didn't it? Oh, it's a special livery lot jet. Look, this is nice. This is nice. Oh, first time we've seen this, isn't it, Jenny? Martin's saying you get fish and chips with the hangar tour. Spitfire beer. So what's not to like? Yes. I have to go and do that. I have to go and do that one day. Wow. So you see Merlins out on the benches and wow. Don't suppose you get to see one firing up and doing a ground run or anything like that. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? Chip has China Southern 350 inbound. Nice. Harry lands Sunday on VS156. Oh. Well, they're going to be on 9ers, and we're going to be here for the 747. That's around about the right time, isn't it? Look at the wing on that thing. Wingtip technology has come a long way, hasn't it? Craig Gerard, yeah. Wow, I bet that was really interesting listening to the complexities, the engineering and the technology that went into the creating the upkeep bomb, but also the mechanism that they used to spin the bomb at a certain rotational speed so that it would wow, look at that. Shay has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Shay. What a wonderful thing to do. Yeah, that's a very generous bit of gifting right there. Thank you, my friend. Yeah, so yeah, the Dam Busters raid in terms of the complexities, not just of everything that went into it really. From an engineering aspect, it's one thing, but logistically, it was just an unbelievable feat. Something you could easily pull off these days with all the technology and satellite and everything. But for them to do that on a dark night at tree height, under enemy fire, it's just so much to it that commands respect, really. And of course, don't forget that some very clever engineers had to modify the Lancaster's bomb bay, basically. Take the bomb bay out and create this aerofoil, a reverse aerofoil underneath the aircraft to hang this mechanism, and just so much to it. So much to it. Thank you, Shay. Appreciate it. Rwanda A330, 20 minutes, Chip has say. A very kind of generous thing to do. Seung Kyung Lee, oh there we go, Korean 777, not too far out either, 25 minutes time. Seung Kyung Lee, one of our, another one of our pilot members, folks, right there, captain on the 777, who we're hopefully going to be meeting up with when we're in Taipei. At least getting him fly. I think we're just going to be seeing him fly, aren't we, in Taipei? Because he's going to be on a turnaround. Matt Cat Lady thinking of going to Hendon this year. Anyone been? Yes, I have, Matt Cat Lady. We've done shows at Hendon, and we're planning to go back there and do a special piece on the Lancaster and the Spitfire to celebrate the VE80, the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day, but also to do a spotlight on the Lancaster. She's a ton-up Lanc. She operated in the war itself. I think the only Lancaster exhibit that is a true active Lancaster. I think there's a lot of Lancaster static exhibits around the world, but I don't know as they, some of them are, built or assembled or, from other Lancaster parts, etc., etc. But this one has not been touched since the day it was. I think it was a gate guardian at one point, but she was rescued. She was rescued and now sits proudly in the RAF Hendon Museum. Peter Kent. Yeah, we're gonna have some good spotting from Taipei. We appreciate that it's miles out of people's time zones generally, but it's worth watching if you can join us. Trying to be packing and lurking. Oh, easy, son. Easy, easy. Wow. Wow, how smooth was that, man? Philip Jones, you are so right, yes. The Vulcan, I'm not sure as the Concorde would have been in the fly past, but I guess at some point it has been in the past, but the Vulcan most definitely is something that is sorely missed. be honest with you, in a military fly past, I would prefer to have the Vulcan. Gina Graham, Jonah B, nice and smooth it was, wasn't it? Big shout out to all our friends up in the tower. National Air Traffic Services, obviously having to coordinate along with the MOD for the fly past. And what a great job they did as well, by controlling all the airspace around London Heathrow. And well, actually all over the gaff really, all the way down from their bases, or up from, well, across from their bases, Waddington, Coningsby, Marham, Lossiemouth, Waddington. I said Waddington, I'm right. Bryce Norton, of course. John Francis, Miles High. That isn't you, Dave. It's not Dave. We caught Dave, folks, if you just joined us. Finally caught Dave after all those months of... Yeah, we didn't know it was Dave. I shouted, "Is that you, Dave?" And then he sent me a message about half an hour later. It was me! Brilliant. Absolutely classic. Okay, my arm's a little bit heavy today. Why is that? Let's just try and make a slight adjustment. Pinky not visible from this spot. Peter Kent, Tapperay, good afternoon. Avro, Arrow. I was a member of Vulcan to the Sky, Matt Cat Lady. Yeah, so were we members of Vulcan to the Sky, folks. There was talk a little while ago that they were going to reintroduce that. No, not sure what happened with that in the end. There was a little bit of a controversial sort of like thing about the money and where that went. I don't think anyone will ever get to the bottom of it, to be honest with you. But the money for Vulcan to the Sky was obviously, you know, it wasn't Vulcan to the Sky anymore because the aircraft was grounded and it was just doing ground runs. But anybody who wanted to be part of that sort of like mission and get their name on the it's not even going out, is it? And get their name underneath the aircraft. It wasn't cheap, put it that way, and there was supposed to be a hangar built for the Vulcan to be stored at where was it? Doncaster, wasn't it? Doncaster Airport, and nothing ever happened. Volunteers were fantastic, but in terms of the, I don't know, I don't want to sort of like, you know, point fingers and all that, but I just was a little bit, you know, if that gets, you know, as a contributor, I would imagine that you're entitled to sort of like, you know, find out what happened to your money. At least here on Big Jet TV, you know what your money's put to work. It doesn't laze itself around in a bank account. We put it to work straight away. Oh, I thought I was going to have a rest. Nah, mate, no. We're putting you straight to work. Grease the wheels and keep everything moving so that we can take our members overseas, and of course even the premium members. Obviously, if we do a European show, that's exclusive to everybody. All of our members, but also if you're an existing or new premium member, then you can go and check out all of our first class shows on replay, which is a privilege that we like to give people. but first class members for the price of literally a coffee, and super class members as well, of course, and thank you to all of our super class members. Get to go overseas live with us on our international trips. Peter Kent remembers the Vulcan at Woodford. Fully vertical climb, wow. Oh, easy son, easy, 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 there we go. Bit of a carrier landing there, man. A deliberate stall and fall with the Vulcan, really? I don't remember it doing that. Blimey. Did it sit on its tail? I mean, I've seen quite a few aircraft do that in display, but nothing like the Vulcan, blimey. I know that it did the big power up and then a big sort of like banking turn, but not a vertical stall and fall. Wow. I know the Lightning used to do that, stuff like that, or certainly the light aircraft. Melanie's grandparents live opposite the end of the runway at Woodford. Wow. Thomas saw the Vulcan at Eastbourne on one of its final flights, yeah. It's one thing I didn't get to see enough of was Concorde, but I did get to see, luckily, a lot of the Vulcan. And never took it for granted. Always fascinated and amazed. Always loved it as a kid when the flying display season came about. Always very, very exciting to go to those shows when health and safety wasn't such a big thing. I know we have to look after people and all that, but do you have to have it half a mile away? Joanna B's still catching up with the Anchorage shows. Fair play. Good fun, man. Great fun. Peter Kent, yes, you will be able to get a sticker from me, mate. I tell you what. Sticker for coffee trade, how about that, Peter? Does that work? You go downstairs, get me a cappuccino. Don't put any bleeding chocolate on it. Well, no, down in the reception, there's a Costa machine. Grab us a medium cappuccino. Give me a shout when you've got it. I'll come down, grab a sticker for you, and we can hand over the goods. I'll do a trade with you. Craigie Gerard, puddle jumper. Yeah, me dad used to call that when he finished flying the DC-8s. Literally, from one day he was flying and the next day he was retired. It was terrible. My poor dad, man. He was offered flights to go and do the puddle hoppers, as he called them, over the channel, and he just couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it. He's just, it was like. I think for my dad as well, he was obviously at retirement age, and probably on those puddle hoppers would have been some very young pilots, and just my dad wouldn't have enjoyed that at all, to be honest with you. Peter Kay, it was very nice to handle the Alfro Vulcan at Bournemouth Air Show. All very nice guys, one to remember that day. Peter Kay, a very lucky man indeed. Wow. Oh, that's a shame it didn't happen now, because it's a big space, isn't there? Tangmere in West Sussex, been there. Have an open cockpit day on June 29th. You can sit in the cockpits and also use flight simulators. Sounds good. What I'd like to do, given if somebody like a Big and Ill said to me, okay, Jerry, what do you want to do? If I'd say, right, let me with my backpack and my camera, sit with the Spitfire pilots in their chairs, huddled around, you know, waiting for the bell to ring. And then when the bell rings, I literally act as one of them, running towards the aircraft, and then stand a distance away, obviously, as he fires it up and then taxis out with all his mates. If we could coordinate that, that would be the ultimate in filming opportunities, wouldn't it? KLM E195E2 from Amsterdam on finals, Craig Russell. And this is it here. Davy Dog, and be sure it's a coffee flavoured cappuccino. Funny. Yes. No, definitely worthy of more than one sticker. He's going to get more. Fishing with Mr. W. That's Gary Jerry. I remember seeing Queens fly past over London from the Queen's building with the Vulcan bombers. Yeah, Vulcan bombers. Wow. Okay, who's that? Leonard Beach. Any mail from us yet? No one opened the envelope from the inspection to help themselves out. I don't know about that. Leonard Beach. No one's going to do that, mate. But what are you sending money for? What's he sending money for? Now there's a livery that has just been modified but stayed the same. Go and look up, wow. Go and look up KLM's livery. Look up DC-854 or something like that, KLM, and you'll see a livery which very much resembles that modified livery as well. Look at the flex on that wing, man. Insane how far up that flex is. Kerry, A firm. This is the new position from the Thistle Hotel, Heathrow. And by the way, also, if you are staying here, and there's that livery with KLM, it's gone through another modification in the last couple of years, just with that sort of like extension down, that flowing, that flow livery, which sort of like just flows down below the flight deck. I wouldn't trip. Although it is on grass. But they have to run as well. This'll do nicely, Rab H. He's here all week. Peter Kent, Vulcans, Waddington, yes. Well, there is a gate guardian at Waddington, is there not? A Vulcan bomber, which is rotting away, unfortunately. I don't know. Move it, yeah. Because they've got some great. Well, they got a Vulcan at Hendon, tucked up there in the corner. Go and have a look at it, folks. Fantastic example. Of course, it's indoors, so she's well looked after. Seen the full turnaround of that jet, haven't we? Why not? Kevin Wadeson, Vulcan wings, Waddington, and oh, wings. Okay, I'm with you. Oh, start up on the 380. Look at the right-hand elevator, folks. Now the hydraulic systems are charging now, and I think one engine is started, but when the systems are cross-fed, the hydraulics will power up, and so the hydraulics to power the elevators, flaps, and other flight controls will all kick in. This is Rwandair's 330. This is the Trent 700 engine here. Watch the reversers open up. Gina Graham's got a Vulcan t-shirt, but it's too frail to wear now. It's worthy of putting it behind some glass and hang it up in a frame. Engine start. Bob the bomb. That's interesting. Craigie Gerard saying that was a loud one. So he's picked up the reverses on his sound system from that Rwandair jet. So he must be hearing things like the engine start on that 380, for example. Whoa, flipping heck, mate. Take it easy, son. Proper wallop that one down. Michael K, APU on the 380. Yes, a big old lump, I think. I mean, to be honest with you, actually thinking about it, I don't think it is massive, Michael. I don't think it is. I think the APU, blimey, O'Reilly, look at him go. Is that government or just private? Crazy. Those things military. Yeah. Happy of Robbins type Vulcan, and he didn't check it and spell check changed it to Volcano. Volcano bomber. Oh yeah, what's that all about then? Oh yeah, mate, yeah, bloke down the pub. Yeah, Volcano bomber. Yeah, had them in the Second World War, didn't they? Oh yeah, what was that then? Oh, bleeding great big thing it was. Massive great big volcano bomb underneath it. Why did they do that? Oh, I don't know, just did it. Volcano bomber. Oh, that's made me chuckle, that has. Vickers Volcano bomber. Trixie 270, what engines does the American plane use? I just flew over my house and they have a distinctive sound. Well, that 777, if it's a 200, will have Rolls-Royce Trent 700s. Oh, sorry, 800s. If it's a 300, it will have the General Electric GE90 115B, I think. Got to remember that next time we're in Anchorage. The 777-200 freighter has 9090s. Or is it the 9010? I think GE9010. 100,000 pound thrust. Craig Russell, Korean 777. Seung Hyun Lee's looking out for this one. I wonder if Kev Miller, that CL350 off to Farnborough. Is this him now? Seung-Hyun Lee. He is flying 777 freighter G9110s in 3 hours' time. Wow, how cool is that, man? So he does switch between the PAX and the freighter. Nice. That is cool, Seung-Hyun Lee. So it's a proper livery on this. Nice. Nice. Kev Miller -300 indeed. Oh, Rohit Parkel saying the new Korean livery is smashing. Wow, okay, well, you know, it's kind of, oh, he's going to maintenance, must be going to maintenance, surely. Yeah, you know, each to their own. I don't, I'm not going to say that you must be mad or anything like that, but just for me, some people really like the new Korean livery. Other people think it doesn't really work, and other people, well, think of it what you like, but not for me, I'm afraid. It's a complete break away from the traditional style that we're kind of used to in terms of that beautiful blue and and of course the colouring on the tail. You need some colouring on there. Black and blue is like, you know, those are two colours that really don't really go together, isn't it? I was always told never wear black shoes with a blue suit, or blue shoes with a black suit, or whoever wore blue shoes with a black suit, but black shoes with a blue suit, I was always told. Or was it brown shoes? Hold on a minute. Anyway, I'm not a big fan of it. Electric mic, the GE, the 777Gs have a lovely howl, or growl, he's saying there, sorry, yeah. They do also howl, don't they? And all that. Great start-up sound as well. Probably the best start-up sound on the planet, isn't it? Even a 747 start out on CFMs or anything like that. When it's running, there's nothing more beautiful than a 747 head on at you. Just go and look at some of the shows from Anchorage up on Moose Hill. This is the new engine option Airbus, which is primarily, I think they did do quite a lot of modifications to the wings, certainly around the pylon area, in order to reinforce it with those big engines. Although I'm led to believe that the IAE engine is actually more the LEAP engine is actually heavier than the IAE. I'm led to believe, just more efficient, more bypass, but just heavier. I don't know. Let's check. Start up. Seung-Hyun Lee. There you go. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't know if that is an English saying. Is that an English saying? Wherever it came from. That whole the Vulcan howl was distinct. It was unique, wasn't it? It was unique from those. It was the Snebkma. No, it was the Rolls-Royce. The same engine, primarily the same engine as the Concorde. That's the crazy thing. But yeah, must have been an amazing. Yeah, if you've ever seen it, I've been lucky enough to get into the flight deck of the Vulcan, and my God, is it tight in there, man. Unbelievably tight. Yeah, crazy, man. Yeah, but the smell is leather and oil and grease and electrics and Tony McCall, that's very true. The Neo, the new engine option, I kind of like what Boeing did with the 737 and the NG, which was I think the NG was the first CFM powered. Oh, that's what all the noise was about. It's interesting. That was just behind me. They've just gone in from. Track that through. Well, yeah, Concorde had afterburners, believe it or not. The Vulcan didn't, and Concorde, the afterburner technology was literally a case of injecting fuel directly into the exhaust stream. So it was a modification to the engine. It wasn't, you know, I mean, obviously they had to modify it to inject that fuel into the exhaust stream, but it's not like a completely different engine in terms of its makeup and look and feel and all that kind of stuff. Still the same length, I believe, and all that kind of thing. But fishing Mr. W, did it have a light blue underside? Did what have a light blue underside? John Palmer. Vulcan was the Jaguar E-type of planes, yeah. No, you know, I don't know though, John. I mean, if you're talking about jet aircraft, then yes, possibly, probably. But I don't think there will ever be a more beautiful aeroplane than the Lancaster bomber. And in terms of the single-engine stuff, it's got to be the Spitfire, hasn't it? But that's of a different generation. If you're talking about the Cold War era jets, then most definitely. I think the Vulcan was the winner, 100%. That must have been on a very short flight, that aircraft, because we saw that earlier on, lined up next to an A380, if you remember. Peter Roberts, 11 refuelings in the Black Buck operation. I mean, yeah, so you've got to give props, not just to the just to the pilots, but also the refueling teams and the coordinators, you know, because they probably would have had to have had a few aircraft overseeing that refueling operation. I doubt it was done all from base. They must have had, you know, the airborne control command centres, I would imagine, strung along the way for Black Buck. I don't know if they did actually. Nice. Nice. Air India triple. One of the least jets, but still looking good. Did he ever come back to me about the trade-off for the coffee? Fishing with stuff. Vulcan bomber underside. I think the Vulcan bomber was a grey underside, wasn't it? He's coming back now. There was a I think it was New York where there was there a dog, a stray dog got out onto the runway? Was it New York? I think it was over the weekend or something. Peter K, if you go get me a coffee now and let me know on the chat when you've got it, I'll pay you for it. I don't have a problem with that. But I was going to exchange the coffee for stickers. If you want to do that now, just let me know when you come back with it. You don't have to, mate. It's not a problem. I'll still give you stickers whether you get coffee or not. Just gives me an excuse to go down and get a coffee. Get a coffee. Royal Brunei. David Stanners, Big Jet TV t-shirt, literally just arrived at my front door. He's delighted. That is fantastic, man. Some great feedback that we're getting from people about their stuff arriving. Never had that with the old store, I have to say. Never had that. Apart from people saying that they received their shirt or something like that, but you know, what's even better, what people are saying is the fact that you can track your order, almost like Big Jet TV merchandise radar 24. What are they looking for? Victor refuelers, Philip Jones, yes, of course. What's that? What are you talking about? Okay. Yeah. Who wouldn't survive? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. Eric Teder, new location that has fantastic viewing of all rudder, ailerons, flaps, spoilers, movements, etc. Great to see. That is brilliant feedback, man. And you do get to see everything on the touchdown. But not just that, but just before the touchdown, you get the elevator sort of like giving a little bit of sort of like, you know, a little bit of, well, it's just bringing the aircraft down, isn't it? And then of course, once the mains are on the ground, you get a little bit of up elevator just to make sure that the nose comes down nice and soft. That's kind of what I thought. So Shung Kyung Lee, just to update you on that, it is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, is most definitely an American saying, but one which I like to use because it is very apt for certain things and great description for the Korean livery, I have to say. Craig Russell, we got Qatar 777 from Doha. They don't always, you know, you would imagine that it would be, wow, he's quite low, isn't he? You would imagine that it would be, wow, is that going over the top of your house, Jilly? That might be quite low. Your Qatar jet. Don't always assume that it's a 300. They've been operating the 200s, you know. I mean, they had 200 freighters into Heathrow. We have from time to time seen a 200 PAX jet. Valiant bomber, wow. Vickers Valiant. He's going to nail this one. This is early. Wow. That was nuts. Jaguar and the Hawk had the same engine, only the Jaguar was fitted with the afterburner. Interesting. Crazy aeroplane. Swing wing, weren't they? The Jaguar and the no. Too far away, mate. I'm not going all the way to Incheon just to be. As well, okay. There's your pod, folks. So that connects Terminal 5 directly. Oh, start up. Thank you, Joanna. Bragadun. Well, firstly, the alloy wing of the 777 flexes, all wings flex basically, even the A320 wing flexes. The 787 has a very naturally upswept wing anyway before it's even off the ground. As you can see, the difference between the 777, which is at the front of that line there, and the 787, you can see the angle of the wing. So for it to flex up, it's you know, it's just much more exaggerated. But the 777 wing flexes, 380 wing, the A330 wing flex, all of them. Of course, the 350 is a carbon wing, but in terms of the wear, obviously these aircraft go through A, B, C, and D inspections. They're a D check is a massive check. It's literally everything off obviously, you know, apart from the skin of the aircraft, but everything comes off. And that's only sort of like every 10 years or something like that. But obviously during the, easy there, girl, easy, there's a good girl, get down. Of course, the aircraft goes through regular inspections by the FAA as well as the CAA, and during those inspections, even the A checks, there may be routine inspections that need to be made to the wing in certain areas. There have been cracks found, for example, on the A380 wing, micro cracks these are, which, but obviously all of that has been dealt with. But the 787 being a carbon wing, no, I think you'll find that will probably have a longer lifespan than alloy, I would imagine. And it's stronger as well. Aileron Owl, tuning in from a sunny South Africa. Loving the new location, great angles. Good stuff, mate. Glad you're enjoying it. John Palmer has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thanks, John. Wow, that's very kind of you, mate. What's the matter? Yeah, I'm not going to travel hundreds of thousands of miles and hours and hours and hours to bring something from a spot that's sort of like second rate. I'll only travel distances if I can give. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's all right then, isn't it? No, we'll do that. 100%. Okay. That's worth it then. Yeah, we'd consider that. Yeah. Oh, look who it is. It's our one and only beautiful, historic, last retrojet of the BA fleet, BEA. It's a little 319. She was originally slated for retirement about a year ago, but due to the slowdown in deliveries from Airbus, yes, that's very true. Why? John, stick with one account, mate. You'd be a 4-striper by now. Probably even have a 2-year badge. Oh, he's a 4-striper now, right? Okay. Yeah, you won't. Yeah, stick with one name, mate. Don't keep popping from one to another. It doesn't make any sense, to be honest with you. It's anyway. John Palmer, we got him, didn't we? Yeah, the pod. Well, you wouldn't expect them to be free, would you? Mind you, the one at Gatwick is, isn't it? The little pod, the remote train at Gatwick is free, isn't it? But you don't get anything for free these days, do you? Especially when you talk about Heathrow. You flipping get charged for sitting down. It's a great opportunity to, you know, some of those lights, man. Let's get to... Marianne, thank you, Marianne. Well, Valerie, I don't know if they're going to do that. I'd like to see them do it, but you know, their argument would be, well, it's only a 319, but I don't know. I mean, I think when they eventually do retire it, it may very easily get bought by somebody and used as a private jet. You never know. I don't know, but Rohit, yeah. I think the oh look, there's our F1. It is Formula E, isn't it? What's that? Yes, it is. He brought that in earlier. So that's 2 pilots we've had today say he messaged me. Well, he didn't. He came on the chat and said that you've just caught me landing on that aeroplane. He was in command. Brilliant, man. And then, of course, Dave. We've finally got Dave, ladies and gentlemen, with SAS. Probably see him all the time now, Jelly. Blimey. Tony McCall, the pod is £8 per person per journey. That's a lot of money for something that lasts 5 minutes, isn't it? Wow, that's a lot of money, mate. And then you've probably got to pay for parking as well with your car, haven't you? Wow. Surely if you park your car down there and pay for the parking down in the pod car park, that's the pod car park. Surely you get the pod for free, don't you? Surely you get the pod for free. You'd need to do it in January though, Jill. You have to do it in December. Yeah. Well, if we were to kind of start working on that now and picking, you know. Well, to be honest with you, my thought process behind that would be screen grabs, yeah, from the month, you know, based on where we normally go, you know, Anchorage, and from the international show, something from a couple of the domestics, nothing, you know, nothing, not any major. I don't know. We'd have to have a look at them and look at the layout. Because these days you can recreate a digital image using a screen grab, can't you? Potentially, yeah, you can. Yeah. 737 MAX. The lights on the MAX are insane, man. The wing lights. Reverses. No reverses. Squirrel would love to see a BA380 in the BOAC livery. Well, I've had my thoughts on that, and my preferred aircraft for the BOAC livery would most certainly be the 787, because it has a very Comet-esque front end on it, and it would work perfectly with the BOAC livery, if you want my opinion, anyway. Oh, okay, Peter Huxley. The pod is free if you're parking used it many times. Think access from the hotel is chargeable. Okay, access from the hotel is... Okay, I've got you. So if you're staying here and you've parked, or you've had... Okay, you've got a taxi here, you stayed here overnight and you're going on the pod in the morning. Well, a taxi would probably cost you 20 quid, wouldn't it? Uber from here to Heathrow Terminal 5. It's going to cost you, what, a tenner at least, isn't it? It's all swings and roundabouts, really. "23 years old," Tapro saying. Another inspection going on. Have we had word from a pilot that they noticed a bit of debris? Maybe a dead bird, or maybe even a bird strike on landing. It happens. Kerry saying, "My buddy who flies the 737 said that every landing in a 737 is an emotional event." Okay. Rohit, as a business, it's practical to do what's best for you. Business instead of sentimental money. Okay. I don't know what that's about. Etihad 380, just off Clacton. Is that our... Is that TLT? Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, well, we've just, thank you, Susan Whips. Or should I say Susan Whips? We have got the Etihad 380. Now, that's an odd time. For the Etihad 380, isn't it normally in the morning? Isn't it? Oh, okay. Karina, Kev Miller, checker 10. Okay, so that was checker 10, was it? Oh, look at him all knowing everything. Aaron Thomas, must be fun driving on the runway. Oh, yes, it is. What do you mean, oh yes it is, Jerry? How would you know? Well, we chased an A320 live down the runway at Munich. No, you didn't. Yes, we did. And we went really fast, but we couldn't keep up, man. Obviously, that thing just went, man. That was insane. Did we post that as a standalone, Jerry? Did we ever post that as a standalone? Just have a look and see, because it's not the sort of thing you do every day, especially live. I would imagine, Simon, that has happened. Oh, did it? Oh, wow. Oh, really? Nah. Yes. That's worthy of a well, we'll put it up as a standalone. I think it's worth it, isn't it? Put some sound effects over the top of it, Chili. So, I don't know. Tap rate that Saudia 777 off to Riyadh. To the E-Prix. I kind of think that works, you know, that livery on there. I know it's a vinyl after all. It's vinyl applied, I believe. Always wondered why KLM Air France BA Singapore Airlines companies haven't changed their liveries in decades, because livery changes drain the coffers. It does massively drain the coffers, mate. Nice. John Francis saying, Jerry, your picture and sound quality is amazing. Thank you, John. Always good to hear that feedback, because we do get people who it's a bit of a divided line, the audio thing, isn't it, in a funny sort of way, you know, because it really is. It's like when somebody says it, it from time to time it comes up, you know, oh, is there something wrong with the mic, or is this a new mic? It can't really hear you very well. And these are people who are with us all the time, and yet 99% of people are saying, like, LDO is absolutely fine, and then you have somebody piping up like that saying how crisp it is and sound is fantastic. I mean, we're using the same Rode mic as we always use. There's no difference. No, we don't. Yeah, nothing different. All the same equipment as it has been for the last 2 years now, isn't it? Dreambert, welcome. What? Oh my God, you what? Yeah, yeah. Dessert cooler. The hell's that? Cheap speakers. Hello and welcome to London Heathrow. Just about here is. I stand here on the side of the runway. It's a little bit windy. Russell Vietnam jet on finals from Hanoi, I'm guessing. 20 plus foot flex, amazing catbox 37 in mono, yeah. In mono, brilliant. That's funny. Yes, it was. Okay, now we're hearing from Rover. A desert cooler is a fan-based cooling device. I kind of figured that out with a water pump which cools the room in place. Oh, right. Well, turn it off then. I wonder why I can't hear him. It's like, oh, flipping, it is a fella who knows how to put a car on the back. Easy, son. Fair play. My goodness me, I'll have to watch the next one. Car backing on transported TV live. What's the next one, man? Geezer's got skills, man, I'm telling you. I've never seen a car go up the bleeding transporter back so quickly, especially backwards. Stephen H380 Emirates, about 10 minutes out. So he will be vectoring from the north, I would imagine, via Bovingdon, I'd imagine. Yes, over the top via Bovingdon or Lambourne, but I think Bovingdon. Transporter used to turn up when I was right in the shop, man. It was bad enough with all the trees and everything. Those were the days, eh? No, that's not you, Dave. Oh, might be Dave. Might be Dave, because he was on that jet, wasn't he? He was on one of the new liveried jets, wasn't he? Craig Russell, British Airways 787-9 from PVG on finals now. He's over Barnet. Okay, no, let's try and get this geezer. Splat. Right, here he goes, look. Here he goes. Let's make sure he doesn't know that we're filming him, because he'll probably try and show off and do it even faster and crash it or something like that. This might end up on a viral video later, Jilly, so get ready. I'm just going to keep the camera like there for now. Okay, now we can do it. Here we go. Car transporter rants, yes. Here we go, look. This geezer's skilled. Hello and welcome to the Car Transporter Reversing Championships here at London Heathrow. And there goes Mike now, very fast, doing it in 3, 4, 5. Very well done, Michael. That'll be probably very well done, and congratulations. Blimey, imagine when he does it forwards, flipping heck. And here comes Michael with it. Oh, he's parked it. Nice. Look at the shuddering of the horizontal stabilizers, man. Look. See that? All that dirty air being thrown up from the ground spoilers. Where did he come from? What are you doing up there? Oh, he's just pushed back, hasn't he? He was obviously facing us. Yes, he's in a... Oh my God, I thought I saw Pinky then. I just honestly thought I saw Pinky then. That was it over there. There. Just see that little... There. Yeah, see it? That was almost... Yeah. So I am forgiven for... I'm not going mad. That happened years ago. Yeah. John O'Connelly, Jeremiah Star here. No, it's not you, Dave. Repos, remember that? Hey, bro. Massively sweating that bloke was, wasn't he? All the time. There's the Finnair jet going back to hell. Back to hell with you! It's almost 11 o'clock before over. Okay, I believe we've got. I believe we have got the Etihad 380, and is it? How far behind him is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, quite some time. Well, sort of over North London now, isn't it? North East London. Whoa! Slapped that one down on the front, didn't he? Or she? Blimey. A few champagne glasses of... flutes, should we say. Champagne flutes. Plastic, of course. Come on, hum with me. They do make a hum, those IAEs, I tell you. I tell you. Okay, just turning on now. Turning on yet. He's still actually tracking east, isn't he? So I think you'll be quite surprised, folks, when you next see me operating the flight sim. With the Phoenix 320. Yeah, I think you'll be quite surprised. It's getting quite down with it now, if you know what I mean. Turning now. Making that big, long, sweeping turn. About 10 miles out. Also, by the way, folks, I played golf somewhere which is literally on the glide path at the turn on for the glide path, sort of like between Windsor and here, if you know what I mean. Like not between Windsor and here, but go Windsor and then go another 5 miles or so. But yeah, definitely as they just turn on to the glide slope onto the ILS. And there she is turning now. Let's just see if we can catch her. There she is, about 10 miles out. And there is a little airfield down there, folks. It's actually bit of history about it. Is it's the busiest grass airfield, got 3 runways, busiest grass airfield in Europe. And it's where there's obviously a lot of there's a flight training school down there, amongst other stuff. You know, there was biplanes going over, like old biplanes. There was this fella who's got this aircraft that looks a bit like a one of the air racers, you know, but he got the D-Day markings underneath him. He was throwing that plane around the sky. It's pretty cool. So I was thinking, not for a show as in like a midweek or a Sunday show, but going down there during the summer one day during the summer with all you lot, and I'll film it. Not literally with you lot, but I'll go down there. And the great thing is that we get to see these things coming over the top of us. So I'm gonna call the airfield and speak to them about potentially going down there. It's part of the West London Aero Club. It's White Waltham Airfield. It's got a bit of heritage to it as well. It. I believe de Havilland used it. There were obviously a lot of, and also what was interesting was it was used as a maintenance base for aircraft, or a ferry base as well for aircraft during the Second World War. So aircraft that were damaged in battle, some of them were sent down to this airfield. There was a lot of MTUs, maintenance training unit, maintenance. It was an MTU, wasn't it? Ducks coming off the go on fellas, off you go. They've come off the lake, well not the lake but Longford River, and they're off to actually they might be off on their way down to Longford River. So yeah, gonna possibly look at doing that as a sort of like, you know, a lazy Sunday afternoon with sandwiches and strawberries and cups of tea and lashings of whatever. Do what? Figs. Tins. What about them? Oh, Pims! Yes, sorry. I thought you said pins, P-I-N-N-S. Even when you said P-I-M-M-S, it still sounded like you were saying P-I-N-N-S. Pims and something, innit? If you had said that, it would have been different. Pims and cucumber, yeah. Well, you know, that and fruit and stuff. Lashings of ginger beer, that's it. Saving pit stop. I used to work in ops at the WLAC White Waltham whilst getting my PPL. Great airfield and plenty to see in the overhead when they're on 9s. Yes. Well, another one of our members who passed his PPL down at White Waltham. So it's a popular place. I'm going to give them a call tomorrow. Let's see if they fancy us coming down there and giving them a little bit of love. All depends on who you talk to, innit? Hello, White Waltham. Yes, hi there. Just... nuts is that? Go on, son. Oh, very D-rated. Tom's EK3 over Beaconsfield, I think it is. I think it's Beaconsfield, isn't it? Not Beaconsfield. Aviation Addict, yeah. Well, that wind is sort of like still quite heavy from the north, so, or the northeast, or actually it's coming from, yeah, northeast. So yeah, it definitely caught that left side of the aircraft and lifted it, didn't it? Didn't want to come down. Well, hydraulic systems are an amazing thing. What a great, I mean, it's all based around pressure, isn't it? Obviously, they have air systems as well on the hydraulics. Some of the systems that they used are air actuated, whereas others are hydraulically actuated. In other words, the what is inside the system that compresses, whether it's air or hydraulics, or yeah, hydraulic oil, and that is sometimes they have a mixture. Sometimes they'll have a chamber with an air spring in there, and part air, part hydraulic. Oh. Oh. Got new Pope. Sorry. Craig Russell, this is destination Dubai, livery 380 from Dubai. Now turning on finals. This is the same one as yesterday, isn't it? They used that this time yesterday as well. This time yesterday was walking off. Is that turning finals yet? Emirates 4 out, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm looking for it. Coming to view. Sort of starting to turn now, yeah? Oh, there she is, yeah, she's quite she's on that long turn, isn't it? It's on that long turn. Yeah, straightened up and then she'll turn again. So we're starting to set the aircraft up now. Always flaps 1 on the turn, so, or before the turn. So starting to configure the aircraft now. Still on autopilot, of course. Oh, that's brilliant, Gary Hale. Good luck for tomorrow morning. Hail ye, hear ye, and all that. I could be a good town crier. I could definitely do a town crier. Yeah, I am a bit of a crier sometimes, aren't I? So what's up next, folks? Thursday tomorrow I've got meetings lined up, and Friday we're obviously going to be doing the Sim Challenge show on Friday. And when we talk about Sim Challenge, it really is I'm just getting myself familiar with aircraft controls and stuff like that, just so that when we start the actual challenges, I'm able to control the aircraft, so to speak. Although, I have to say, I think I did all right with the A400 the other night on that short hop from Heathrow to down to Biggin Hill. Chris Winchell has gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you, Chris. We believe it's going to be 09s on Sunday, so probably we've got a Cathay Pacific captain on the 747 who's coming in, and we've also got, who was it? Who was the other one? Somebody else flying in, isn't it? Somebody else's relative coming back from Vegas. Harry, that's it. Harry coming back from Vegas. Cool, how the other half live, eh? Flipping heck. Yeah, blimey. It's all right for some, isn't it? Well, yeah, I know. Yes, I know, I do. I should pinch myself sometimes, really, as to how lucky I am to be able to see all this stuff. But it's hard work, it's really hard work, isn't it? It is hard work. Yeah. Yeah. Outer gear first, as you can see. And then they're finishing the configuration. I'm guessing they're going to go flaps 3 now, are they? And then you're going to get incremental stuff which will dictate how far back the flaps will be extended. You sometimes on the 380 you get a little adjustment as they pull that flap down to its final resting place. Little bit of crabbing going on. So yeah, we'll see you Friday, folks, if we don't see you before. But it's definitely going to be the sim show on Friday, then like I say, back here on Sunday. If you're interested, if you're new to Big Jet TV, go and check out our channel on YouTube. Become a subscriber if you like, because that way you get your notifications. You can follow us on Twitter as well. We're live every Wednesday and Sunday. Without fail, really. I think I've failed you guys maybe once or twice throughout my time if I'm not away. Don't take vacations. I don't go on holiday, and we love doing what we do because it's all with you guys. And thank you to everybody who's gifted channel membership today as well. And who knows, we might have a new pope for the Sunday show. Wow. To test it, it's almost like it affects you mentally. Honestly, man, what a word to say about an aircraft or a livery or anything like that, you know. You can detest it. Right, folks, look after yourselves. It's been great. And yeah, thank you, Jilly. Thank you to all our mods. If you've been in today, really appreciate it. Thank you to APOC. Thank you to the security teams around Heathrow, Heathrow Police, London Heathrow, and all big thanks to our friends at the Thistle. Remember, as a member, as a channel member, you get your discount across the board here as well at the hotel, not just on your room rate, but also on your food, on your drink, etc, etc. So worth giving it a look. Go and hit them up on the website at the Thistle Hotel and make some inquiries, and we will see you on Sunday. No, Friday. Take care, folks. See you later.